Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Well, you'll just know you're headed for pleasure when you take your first taste of swell Lipton tea. Because, what a world of contentment there is in every cupful. What flavor, what wide-awake flavor. No wonder the tea experts say there's only one word to describe Lipton's, and that's brisk. No wonder more folks enjoy Lipton's than any other brand of tea in the world. It's because Lipton tea never tastes dull, flat, or dreary. It's always lively and cheery. Yes, Lipton's is the world's favorite tea, and it will be your favorite, too, once you taste that brisk Lipton flavor. So be sure you try Lipton tea.
The DuPont Cavalcade of America wants to remind its listeners of the 1937 annual Red Cross roll call. There is no need to remind you of the worthwhile work this organization has done and is doing the world over. If you have not already joined, we know you will want to send your membership subscription to your local Red Cross chapter as soon as possible. This evening, the DuPont Cavalcade tells the story of one of the greatest natural botanists that ever lived, John Bartram. Bartram collected, cultivated, and crossbred plants and flowers, not merely for ornamental purposes, but to increase their usefulness to mankind. In his garden were many plants used for medicine and chemical purposes. Today, many plants and flowers are used by the chemical industry as materials for study and research. John Bartram can be compared with the research chemist who works for the comforts and conveniences of his day and age. This method of improving existing conditions in many fields is aptly expressed in the DuPont pledge: better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra play Cole Porter's melodic Old-Fashioned Garden. The DuPont cavalcade moves forward. John Bartram was born of Quaker stock in 1699 in the township of Darby, about 6 miles south of Philadelphia. By the time he was 24, he had a farm on the banks of the Schuylkill River, which was given to him by his bachelor Uncle Isaac. Shortly afterwards, he married a girl named Mary Morris. One day we find him plowing in a field as his wife approaches.
Go on there. Go on.
John?
Oh, boy. Oh. Well, Mary, what does thee out here in the fields?
It's such a lovely summer's day, John. I thought I'd bring thy lunch out and join thee.
Now, that was a kindly thought. It will be pleasant in the shade of the oak yonder. Come. Oh, boy. Oh.
How pretty the fields look. All white daisies. See that sod half tilted where your plow turned it? Why, it looks like a bonnet.
When did thee ever see a bonnet with flowers on it? Not at friends' meetings, surely.
No. And I'm glad we don't put them on our heads. They'd be out of sight of our eyes.
Look, Mary, how these flowers are made. There seems to be a regular scheme to them. As careful and exact as a snow crystal.
Why, I see nothing but white petals and a yellow center. They're all alike.
No, not really. If you look at the center, you'll see it is not all alike. There's a division among these close-packed yellow quills. I wonder what they're for.
Well, it makes small difference, since neither we nor the cattle can eat them.
It seems strange. I've turned up so many millions of them and never before even thought to look at one. Mary, I'd like to know something about these flowers and vegetables and herbs that grow all around us.
Well, how could we do that? There's no time for learning things with all the farm work on thy shoulders.
I'll make time for it, Mary. I must know about these things.
John Bartram had been self-taught. He could read and write and figure, but he had little book learning, as it was called in those days. But the next opportunity he has to leave his farm, he goes into the city of Philadelphia and enters the bookstore of a friend.
Mr. Campbell. Oh, Mr. Campbell.
Aye, coming. Ah, Mr. Bartram. I'm glad to see you in town. What can I do for you?
I want a book that'll tell me all about flowers.
You mean the vegetables and grains?
No, I mean flowers and trees and shrubs and medicinal herbs. I want to know all about them.
I've heard you're a good farmer, but I had no idea you're interested in botany.
Is that what they call it?
Aye.
Well, what's the best botany book?
There aren't many, good or bad. But here's one I've recently got over from the old country. It's the latest, though whether it's good or not, I don't know.
Can I see it?
Here you are. You'll notice it's by a young man by the name of Linnaeus. He's living in Leiden, Holland.
Well, the book's in Latin.
Aye. All books of science are written in Latin.
I don't know Latin. Isn't there one in English?
A few of the more popular scientific books are translated into the vulgar tongue, but this one is too new for that as yet. I'm afraid if you don't know Latin, you won't know botany.
Then I'll learn Latin. You've got a good book for that.
Aye. Aye, here's a good Latin grammar.
It's a hard stepping stone to the knowledge I want.
It does seem strange. We must learn Latin to know the little flowers that grow under our very feet.
Well, I've taught myself what I know now. I'll teach myself more. If other men can master Latin, so can I.
With the help of a schoolteacher, Bartram learned enough Latin in 3 months to read the scientific revelations of Linnaeus of Leiden. It made a profound impression on him, and he determined to let nothing stop him in the compilation of a complete record with description and samples of all the vegetable life of America. One evening he comes home late for dinner and is greeted by his wife.
Mary?
Well, John, where's he been? It's late.
Mary, I have great news. We've a fine new parcel of land.
More land? Where?
I just bought it at the sheriff's sale. 5 acres of it. Oh, it's a fair site on the Schuylkill. It'll need some draining down by the water, but the upper land is dry. Too dry, in fact. We must manage to get some water up to it somehow.
John Bartram, has he taken leave of thy senses? He can't even farm all the land he has.
I'm not going to farm this land.
Then what's it to be?
A garden.
A garden? For the kitchen?
No, just for flowers. Some of it will be for medicinal herbs, but most of it just for fine trees and flowers.
I think they must be daft indeed. Trees and flowers grow everywhere.
I know, Mary. But the joy will be to see them grow not everywhere, but all in one garden. Trees and shrubs and flowers from all over the colonies, from England even, and Holland. Oh, it'll be a rare sight. And new things will come of it. You wait and see.
But trees don't grow overnight. It will take a long time to have thy garden.
We're young. We'll see a lot of it bloom. But even if we don't, there's no harm in leaving good work to live after us when we're gone.
And that's a long time to wait.
That's one thing we've no time for. Waiting. I'll begin to plant our new garden tomorrow.
The fine stone house, which still stands in the park, which was Bartram's original garden, was begun by Bartram's own hands. He used to work on it sometimes by moonlight, after the necessary farm work was done. In 1737, his wife Mary died. Undaunted, Bartram went on with his work, for he had 2 little sons, John Jr. and William, to provide for. When part of the house was finished and the nucleus of his garden planned, Bartram found he had a house and a family without a home. In 1729, he married Anne Mendenhall of Concord Monthly Meeting in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. One day, about 4 years later, she comes looking for him in his garden.
John! John, where is thee?
Save thy voice, Anne. I'm right here behind these bushes.
Oh, the garden's getting so full of things. It's like a jungle.
What brings thee here?
A letter from England.
From Peter Collinson?
Yes.
Let me have it.
Here it is.
Oh, I hope. If only everything... Anne, you got the shipment I sent in?
And everything in good condition?
Wait. No. Only what I had in the cedar box and some of the pressings.
But, John, who would steal such things from thee?
Rats, my dear, and insects. He writes me to try again with the route. And next time to ask the captain of the vessel to put the box under his own berth.
And I thought all would be well if the box escaped water soaking.
There are many vexations between here and Europe, my dear. There's more than water keeps us apart. Look here what he writes. He sent a copy of my letter and some of my cuttings to Linnaeus. Linnaeus, the great botanist at Leiden. Isn't that wonderful?
The correspondence between Bartram and Peter Collinson, the wool merchant of London, continued for 35 years. Collinson saw a great opportunity for people in Europe to learn about the plant life of the American wilderness. Botanists and naturalists in England, Sweden, and Holland received many shipments from Bartram and sent him samples of rare things in exchange. Bartram's estate grew in size. His fortunes increased moderately. He was busy and happy. And on each New Year's Day, he kept open house. The festivity that ushers in the year 1751 is one of the best.
I'll pass the punch, Harvey.
Yes, Missy.
Have you seen Mr. Bartram?
We're here on the hall telling some folks howdy.
Has Mr. Franklin arrived yet?
No, Ma's been introduced me.
Oh.
Yes, there he is, talking to Ma's John. I'll get his coat and hat.
Well, let me have a glass of punch for him. He must be cold after his ride out from town.
Yes.
Mr. Franklin, Welcome and a happy new year.
Thank you, Mrs. Bartram, and a long and happy life to you.
Thank you. You must be cold. Let me offer you a cup of punch.
I'll accept the cup from your hand with honor.
He's a courtier to his fingertips, but he takes no more punch than I do. Still on a cold New Year.
You know I try to be temperate. Is it strong?
Oh, indeed, no. We make it from our own fruit.
I use good cider for a base.
And you press it well, both in the making and on me. Mr. Bartram, I'll drink a toast to you. I'll drink to your amazing capacity for work.
Thank you. And I'll drink to your thoughts on all men's work.
Work? John is more like a gypsy.
Well, ma'am, I never could understand how he could keep so long away from home.
From home? Why, I'm home the whole winter long.
And all spring he's on horseback collecting blossoms in the Alleghenies. Last summer it was shrubs in the Catskills. And last fall he went all over Virginia gathering seeds.
Well, I have a seed that needs sowing, friend Bartram.
Indeed? Give me the name of it. But I hope it has an English name.
Well, I'll look after our other guests while you two gossip.
All right, my dear. Come into the library, Mr. Franklin. It'll be quieter in there.
You don't mind a moment of serious talk on such a happy day?
I'm happy to hear you talk no matter what it's about. Sit down, Mr. Franklin. Sit down.
Thank you. Some years ago, we spoke of the need of an organization to encourage the arts and sciences in the colony.
Oh, yes. The American Philosophical Society. I remember it very well. We drew up a draft of it about 7 years ago, with your name at the head of it.
Ah, that was at your insistence.
Well, you placed mine next.
Our minds are good neighbors.
It's too bad that society didn't come to life.
It will in time.
I'm afraid we were a little ahead of the season with it.
Yes. It was nipped by a frost of inertia. But we'll have it yet. But one thing we are sure to have, because I can control that action. It is a standard book on medicine.
I've always been interested in the study of medicine. The plants of America have many amazing medicinal properties.
No one knows them better than you.
Whose book are you going to publish?
It's Medicine Britannica by Thomas Short. And I want you to write an appendix for it on American medicinal plants.
I'm afraid I don't write very well. My spelling is full of invention.
Well, many can spell and write, too, and still say nothing.
Whatever I know is at your disposal.
Thank you. Now I am assured the book will be useful to the whole world.
You're prejudiced, my friend. Americans may have heard of me because I've dropped in on them in person from Nova Scotia to Florida. But the world is a larger place. Except for Collinson and a few others, I'm a stranger abroad.
That isn't what Linnaeus gave me to believe.
Linnaeus? Ah, there's a botanist. Some found fault with him at first because of the way he arranges species and genera. But year by year they find him right. He's the most learned and brilliant botanist of them all.
He has even higher praise for you.
Linnaeus?
Yes.
Oh, I've sent him hundreds of samples for many years. But he knows nothing of me except through what I send him.
Then it is true that a man is known by his works. For Linnaeus says, you are the greatest natural botanist in the world.
In 1765, Bartram, through the interest of such influential English friends as Collinson, Lord Petre, and others, was appointed the King's botanist. This honor included an annual salary of £50, which helped him to finance his important work of collecting specimens and cultivating hybrids. For the purpose of getting seeds, Bartram took long, exhausting trips alone on horseback every autumn. One year, his route takes him through Virginia, and in due course, Bartram reaches the Rappahannock at Fredericksburg, where two men have arrived before him and are waiting to cross by the lower ferry.
Whoa. Whoa. Hello. Hello. Ferryman.
Well, the fellow must be deaf or sound asleep. Yet, Lewis, your bellow ought to wake the dead.
Oh, this is provoking. If he had to fall asleep, why didn't he choose our side of the river?
Your pardon, gentlemen. But do I understand there is no way to raise the ferryman?
Well, we certainly can't reach over and tap him on the shoulder.
Well, I'm not so sure of that. A dozen years ago, you could throw a stone that far, George, and did it often right here at this very spot.
Well, I could try it. If the stone hit against his barge or near him, it might startle him. Here, hold my horse, Lou.
Glad to. Here's a good round stone, George.
No, I'd rather have one that's flatter. Yeah, like this one. Yeah. Perhaps this one. Yeah, but I'm afraid I might hit the rest.
I hope you do.
Well, I'll aim not to. Now, stand clear, Lou. I'll need a space of ground for this.
You look like a human catapult, as if you could throw across the Appalachians.
Well, here she flies.
Right to the mark. Right to the flagging next his foot. That startled him. Now he'll hear me.
There's no need to call, Lou. He sees us now. Here he comes.
Well, I guess, George, you're still as young as you feel.
My friend, that was a truly amazing throw. I doubt if the average man could throw half that far.
Oh, it's just a trick I've had since I was a boy, sir.
I would take pleasure in knowing a man who can throw like that.
George Washington is my name. And this is my good friend Lewis Willis.
Colonel Washington. Well, this is a great honor. I'm glad to meet both you gentlemen. My name is Bartram. John Bartram.
The botanist?
Why, yes.
Why, I've heard about you many times, sir. I have a plantation on the Potomac. Do you go far on your journey?
This time, I'm going down the Rappahannock ways and then cut across country to Williamsburg. From there, I'll go up the James River to the mountains.
But that's a long trip, sir. I doubt you can accomplish it before snow gets bad in the Appalachians.
I don't loiter much on the way, sir.
Well, I should say not. I've heard, George, that Mr. Bartram made one trip on horseback, the Catskills through the Alleghenies and into Virginia to Williamsburg, a distance of 1,100 miles in only 5 weeks. Is that true, sir?
Yes, that is true.
You gentlemen want to cross?
Yes, you lazy rascal.
Yes, sir. Well, wait till I get her up to the shore. There we are. Please stand at your horse's head, gentlemen, when you get them on board.
Yes, we know.
Come on. Come on, boy. Come on. Easy, steady now. Steady. Come on. I wonder if you realize, Lou, the tremendous significance of Mr. Bartram's botanical expedition, not only in developing natural beauty, but also as a contribution to our agricultural progress. The fruits of his labor will return regularly and as beautifully as the spring.
Bartram's devotion to his work was matched only by his tremendous energy and endurance. He collected seeds and plants needed in Europe and exchanged them for species which were sent to him and introduced by him into this country. Even at the age of 66, he explored the St. John River in Florida to its source. In 1777, his life work ended, but the results lived on after he was gone. And as the colonies he had known became states, their capital was the city of Philadelphia, so near to his beloved garden. Bartram's garden became a favorite haunt of the patriots who molded this country's history. Thomas Jefferson, who lived just across the river, often used to come there with the aged Franklin to discuss the future of the country. One day in 1794, after the federal government had been inaugurated, President Washington and Alexander Hamilton are showing Bartram's garden to the renowned French patriot visiting the United States, Count Talleyrand.
Now, this is the dark avenue, Count Talleyrand. And beyond, there's a grove of hybrids created by Bartram.
It is beautiful, Your Excellency. I am continually amazed at the state of luxury, science, and civilization I find here, so new a country. The great work has been done here.
It has only been begun, sir. And there's one place I like above all others. A bench under an Aeschylus palvia entwined with a luxuriant Tacoma.
Well, by such a name, it must be wonderful to see.
It is, Hamilton. And it's right at hand. Will you sit here, Count?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Aeschylus palvia, But, why, this is only an Ohio buckeye with a trumpet creeper vine on it.
But isn't it beautiful?
Beautiful, yes. But what practical use, what scientific purpose is served by all this beauty? What does it prove?
Well, aside from its value as a museum of living plants, let me offer you evidence. This pear from Lord Petrie's pear tree.
Oh, thank you, Excellency.
You'll find it delicious, and you'll find an increasing number of pears like it in the future.
I see. It has been used to improve the strain of pears all through the colonies, eh?
Yes, all through the state.
Oh, pardon, the habit is one.
We all do that yet at times.
Think of the patience of a man like Bartram, knowing all the time that he couldn't possibly live long enough to see the full fruition of his labors.
That would not be a career suitable to an impetuous man like our Secretary of the Treasury. But the world has need of both such men, and our countrymen will enjoy the fruits of Bartram's labor.
Even as we eat and enjoy these pears.
Exactly. When you are refreshed, Count, we must see the herb garden. Bertram has given us a greatly improved strain of medicinal herbs. There's a strange chemistry in flowers that gives us many useful things.
When you put it that way, Mr. President, Bartram's work assumes great importance.
Perhaps Bartram's garden here was not for him alone. Not even for us, but for the future.
Yes, the seeds planted here will bear fruit for future generations throughout our land, until Bartram's garden becomes all America.
Bartram's garden was not merely for beauty, but for usefulness to succeeding generations. Poppy, foxglove, coca, ipecac, glucose, nux vomica, cinchona, and saccharose were among the species represented. Today, the chemistry of flowers is supplying industry with a new source of raw materials. DuPont salutes John Bartram, pioneer botanist, as a leader in the cavalcade of America. Speaking of growing plants, here's news from the South. Dispatches from the southern states say that the cotton crop is probably the largest ever grown. With picking practically completed, estimates indicate a bumper yield of more than 18 million bales. And thanks principally to research chemistry, that cotton will reach the public in more than 10,000 different forms. In developing such a great variety of new uses for cotton, chemists have created countless new products that serve nearly everyone every day. And by so doing, chemistry has opened entirely new markets for the cotton farmer's crop. The DuPont Company is one of the cotton growers' good customers. DuPont used 12.5 million pounds of cotton in textile form last year. Fabricoid coated fabric, produced in a wide variety of colors and surface effects for bookbinding, upholstery, luggage covering, and women's handbags, is virtually an all-cotton product, for it is created by coating a cotton textile base with a cellulose solution made from cotton. Tontine washable window shade material also comes from the cotton field via the chemical laboratory. Cotton seeds, which not so long ago were regarded as a nuisance, supply materials used by DuPont in producing such important products as paints and industrial explosives. And until recent years, no use was known for cotton linters, the short fibers or fuzz left clinging to the seed after the long staple cotton is removed. Now, DuPont chemists transform cotton linters into products such as rayon yarn and Duco finish for your car. And cotton linters provide a raw material for Parylene plastic, used today in making articles ranging from toothbrush handles and scuffless heels to safety glass. Safety X-ray film and photographic film are other uses, and even some of the enamels with which women tint their fingernails are of cotton origin. Yes, chemistry has done remarkable things with this snowy white fiber from our Southland. And new products made from cotton are still coming from the test tube, bringing with them new industries and new jobs. 9 DuPont plants, located in various parts of the country, employ 7,000 people in making products that can trace their ancestry to some southern cotton field. In this story of cotton and the many ways chemistry has found to put it to work for you, we see one more example of what the DuPont Company means by its pledge: better things for better living through chemistry.
At the request of a large number of our listeners, we have decided to repeat one of last year's most popular Cavalcade of America broadcasts. The Seeing Eye, the story of how dogs are trained to help the blind at the Seeing Eye headquarters in Morristown, New Jersey, will therefore be the subject of our broadcast when next week at the same time, DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
First by long distance.
Excuse me, can you tell me where the Conleys live?
Yes, in the White House at the end of the block, on the right. But I'm not sure they're home.
Oh, we called them long distance. They're expecting us. Thank you.
A long distance call to friends you plan to visit this summer makes good sense. It will save you driving miles and miles, then finding no one at home. Call ahead to make sure of reservations, too. Wherever you go, go first by long distance. Rates are low. Why not call now?
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Luke is on the air. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12:03 in the East, and the National Broadcasting Company proudly presents Duke Ellington and his internationally famous orchestra in a program of supper dance music from one of the hub's smartest summer spots, a beautiful terrace on the roof of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in the city of Boston. The featured vocalist with the Duke is, of course, and now it's Lawrence Brown, who comes in and takes one on the trombone chorus of this next number. Duke says it's a little thing leaning toward love. Sophisticated swing, we'll say. Captioned Something to Live For. With the band, he sits in the first row, and he's one of Boston's finest families. Really terrific man. He's going to get himself out here with a killer, drive these Ritz patrons right back into the jungle. Called Old King. The Duke continues to keep that royal touch in the program as he directs from the keyboard. Here comes Percival Ivy Anderson to sing a brand new number that's really going to go. In a Miz with Ivy Anderson.
I can't think. My head is whirling round around, and I can't.
Here's a musical salute from Mr. Ellington to all the good inhabitants there. Rose of the Rio Grande. Jump session, if you do, keep right on, because here's one that's going to rock Beacon Hill from Arlington Street right over to Bowdoin Square. It starts out, as you can hear, by the car with the Duke banging over there on the 88. It's one of his own tunes, and look out. It's called Pussy Willow. Count on Me, a statement and true by Ivy Anderson. Not only does she sing, the lady also sewing. To close the program. It's a mood in indigo, and it's called Way Low. Way down in the bottom. Way low.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Hey, you, where do you think you're going?
Get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't. I saw you hold up that store. Give me that gun.
Get out of my way.
Give it to me. Okay, you asked for it. Here.
Hey, why don't you look where you're going?
Get out of my way, sister, and get out of it fast.
Why, you...
And remember something for your health.
For the Cleveland News. As such, you have the rare privilege of covering any story that strikes your fancy. And on this warm spring evening, you are going to jail. You're going to pay a visit to a murderer. So you pass through the prison gate and walk slowly down the long prison corridor, hearing the light echo of your footsteps on the stone floor. And then you hear something else. A violin playing a sad, haunting melody. The music swells, and you follow it until you find yourself standing in front of a prison cell, watching a dark-haired man coax music from a battered violin. Nick Verris, murderer.
Hello, Verris. Oh, go on playing.
No, I just do it to pass the time away. The air here snaps the strings.
Mind if I talk to you?
Got all the time in the world. Life.
My name's Beaufay. I'm a reporter from the Cleveland News.
What brings you here to see me, Mr. Beaufay?
I was at your trial, Nick. I think it's possible that you're not guilty.
Thank you.
Doesn't it interest you to know that someone thinks you didn't do it?
A lot of people think I didn't do it, Mr. Beaufay. But I've been in jail 2 years.
Well, I'd like to work on the case, Nick.
It's all yours.
Any leads for me to follow up?
Well, you might go and see Joni.
Joni?
My wife.
Oh.
Maybe she can help you. Or maybe you can help her. Not that she needs anything. She got herself a job as chief hostess at the best restaurant in town. The Belle Paris.
All right, I'll look her up.
Swell. And Mr. Beaufay.
Yeah?
Say hello to her for me, will you?
Joan Verris? A hostess here? Oh, no, monsieur. We don't employ any hostesses at La Belle Paris restaurant, monsieur.
That, you, Howard Beaufay, say to yourself, a funny state of affairs. So you go into conference with a phone and the city classified. And after an hour or so, you end up in a dingy restaurant on the shabby side of town. An uninspired string trio is sawing away in a corner, So you slump down at a table and wait until a pretty waitress heads your way and asks,
May I have your order, sir?
Is your name Joan Varys?
Yes, but...
I'd like to talk to you. Your husband told me to see you. I'm a reporter from the news.
But Nicky doesn't know I work here. I told him I had a job at...
I know. He sent me there to find you.
Well, he'd be upset if he knew I was working in a place like this.
I won't tell him, Joan.
Thanks. It's not that I mind. It's just that Nicky would.
Tell me about him.
I wouldn't know what to tell you.
Try.
Well, the whole thing really started when Nick was in the hospital, recuperating from a pretty serious operation. I went to visit him as soon as he was out of danger. Nick.
Hiya, Johnny.
How are you?
Wonderful, now that you're here.
Oh, darling. I've been so worried about you.
Don't you know only the good die young?
But you're so thin.
Well, I need care and love. I think you'd better make it a full-time job.
What about the hours and the pay?
Incomparable? When will you start?
Right now. Oh, Nicky, I never realized how much I loved you until I nearly didn't have you.
Oh, darling.
Nicky, I brought you your violin. Here it is.
Think I still remember how to use it?
Why not try?
What'll I play, Johnny?
Guess. Of course, our song. Oh, Nicky. Nicky, I'm so happy. Now that you're well again, nothing can hurt me ever.
I'm glad, darling.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, what is it, nurse?
Well, there's a man here who insists on... Well, I mean, he just walked up and...
I'll explain the situation myself. Nicholas Varys, you're wanted in Cleveland for murder.
It happened so quickly, Mr. Beaufait. 1 minute we were alone. Nick was playing our song to me. And the next thing I knew,
He was sentenced to life imprisonment for the 14-year-old murder of a man named Frank Dando. They were supposed to have stopped him as he ran out of a grocery store he was supposed to have robbed. Right?
Yes. And Nick wasn't even in Cleveland then.
Were you married to him at that time?
No.
But how do you know he wasn't in Cleveland?
He told me he wasn't.
And you just take his word for it?
Of course.
You love him that much?
I know him that well.
There's only one thing to do. All the evidence is old stuff, buried for 14 years. We've got to dig it up. Now, I'm willing to try. Are you?
You mean you'll help me?
Well, I don't know if you call it help exactly. I'm not completely convinced of your husband's innocence, but the only way to find out is to look into the facts.
Thank you for being honest, Mr. Beaufait. What do we do first?
Our first step is the police records. Suppose I meet you tomorrow morning. We'll start looking.
All right. I'll meet you at...
What's the matter?
Nothing. It's just that... That's our song. The tune the orchestra's playing. That's Nicky's and mine. Every time I hear it, Mr. Beaufait, could we start looking tonight?
Tonight? Well, look, it's almost 11 o'clock.
I know, but... Don't you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Come on, get your coat.
Have you found anything else, Mr. Beaufait?
No, not yet. Same stuff. 2 witnesses said it was Nick Varys. 3 said it wasn't. But they couldn't point a finger at anyone else.
That's all I can find. I'll go on checking these papers here. Mr. Beaufait?
Yeah, what is it?
The police report of Frank Dando killing, 1924. Testimony of Louise Relic.
I don't remember that name from the trial.
She wasn't called at the trial. But the testimony of this girl is that she was waiting for a streetcar when a man with a gun ran out of the grocery store that was just robbed, and she saw his face clearly.
Give me that paper. The gunman was identified as James Horvath, notorious gangster from the Flats area of Cleveland.
No, it wasn't Nicky. She said it wasn't Nicky.
You go on home, Joan. I'll call you in the morning.
Well, what are you going to do?
A little investigating on my own. I'd like to check this report and find out why that girl was never called to testify. Well, here it is, Joan. The girl, Louise Relic, was taken before the grand jury in 1924. But she refused to talk any further.
Why?
She lived in the Flats area where Harvard was boss. And she's evidently afraid of him and his gang. The deposition was no build.
What does that mean?
Oh, dropped, buried, dead, finished.
Oh, well, what about Horvath? Where is he now?
He happens to be locked up for murder in the Ohio penitentiary.
The Ohio prison?
Yeah. And in the same cell block with Nicholas Varys. You know, Joan, I think I ought to pay another visit to that cell block.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell-mell?
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall-Mall. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall-Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction that no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall-Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now we return you to your narrator, Bob Sloan, and tonight's big story.
You, Howard Beaufay of the Cleveland News, are once again walking down a corridor of the Ohio State Prison. You've just learned that it's the same prison that houses James Horvath, accused of the murder for which Nick Varys is serving time. And as you walk, you hear faintly the same melody you heard as you walked down the prison corridor once before. Only this time, the music hurts you. It hurts you because you know the story behind that unfinished love song. The story of two unhappy people. You reach the cell.
Hello, Nick.
Did you see Joan?
Yeah.
When?
Just left her a few hours ago. Probably see her again this afternoon.
They only let me see her twice a month. How is she?
Oh, fine.
When she comes to see me, it's hard to tell if she really looks all right through that screen they have up.
She's fine, Nick.
What dress was she wearing when you saw her?
Dress? Oh, well, a sort of green thing, I think.
With kind of white stuff up at the top?
Yeah.
I bought that for her just before. How's her new job, the hostess thing?
Oh, it's fine.
I'm glad she has a nice job like that.
Sure.
She's helpless about little things, you know. Like always forgetting to carry a handkerchief. She always gets all dressed up to go out and then has to borrow my handkerchief when she cries at the movies because she forgets hers. Did you have any trouble finding her?
I tried to talk to the wrong gal at first and had a hard time explaining myself.
I'll bet you did. Well, how'd you find Joni?
Oh, she was over at this fly-speck joint, slinging hash, but
She was slinging hash.
Well, that is...
Joni slinging hash?
Look, Nick, I'm sorry.
She told me she got a job as hostess. I thought it was an easy job and it would make things nicer for her. I didn't know she'd have to sling food in a one-arm joint. So that's the way they do it, huh? Stick a guy away in a cell with a number pinned on his back and forget him. And then his wife. Something that just keeps living. Something that that doesn't matter. Well, it matters to me. It matters to me more than anything in the world, and they can't do it. If I could break out of this place, I'd murder every one of them with my bare hands. I'd really murder this time. Johnny?
Take it easy, Nick.
I'm sorry. But my wife...
I know. Nick, she helped me dig up some news for you. We found the testimony of a girl who was standing on a street corner when the killer ran by in 1924. She identified him as James Horvath.
Why didn't the girl testify in court?
She refused to appear. The record was just forgotten.
Horvath must have been the one, then. Can anybody get him to admit it?
I don't know.
Do you think he's the killer?
I don't know, Dink.
Maybe they had a hunch about that girl when they offered me that deal.
What deal?
They told me they'd accept a plea of guilty to a manslaughter charge.
What?
Sure. That way they said I could serve 8 months and get parole.
Why didn't you tell me this in the first place?
I figured it was all water over the dam.
Now, look, Nick, I'll be frank with you. I've been following up this case because it's good human interest stuff. Up to now, I wasn't convinced that you were innocent, although I had a hunch you might be. But passing up a chance to get off with an 8-month sentence? That rings a bell with me. I'm going to talk to Horvath.
Thanks, Mr. Beaufay. Oh, and look.
Yeah?
When you see Joni, don't tell her I know about her being a waitress in that place. You know how it is. I wouldn't want to upset her.
Who are you?
Howard Beaufay, Cleveland News.
I got no news for you, pencil happy.
I just want to talk.
I got no talk for you either.
I've just been visiting a prison mate of yours, Horvath.
What you trying to do? Sell magazines?
We talked.
So?
We talked about a murder. The murder of Frank Dando back in 1924.
I ain't interested in ancient history.
Horvath, you know and I know that you committed that crime, not Nick Barris. Why don't you do a decent thing for once in your life and clear him?
When I want to hire a halo, I'll let you know.
Horvath, look.
Don't Horvath look me, reporter. Get out!
Any luck, Mr. Beaufay?
Not with Horvath.
I see.
Look, Joan. Maybe Horvath isn't the only cog in this machine. Maybe we could try and pin down that girl witness. Maybe.
Well, that shouldn't be too hard.
Oh, no. After all, we know that her name is Louise Relic, or used to be, and that she lives in Cleveland, or used to live here, and that she was waiting for a trolley car in a street corner in 1924. So all we have to do is find her in a city of 1.25 million people, if she's still in Cleveland. I'm looking for a girl called Louise Relic. Can you tell me where I can find her?
I'm trying to locate a woman named Louise Relic who probably lived in this neighborhood. Have you any idea where she might be living now?
I heard she might be living in this section of town.
I thought maybe the superintendent might have a list of tenants back as far as 1924.
The name's Louise Relic. I hear she used to live in this neighborhood.
She moved 2 years ago? I see. Thank you.
No forwarding address, huh? Thanks, anyhow.
Never mind, then. Thank you. Oh, if they'd only turn off that jukebox.
Drink your coffee, Joan. Make you feel better.
I'm sorry to be such a baby, but it's just that I'm so tired. Do you have a handkerchief? I guess I left mine home.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Here. There, that's better.
You didn't find out anything about the relic woman, did you, Mr. Beaufay?
No. Gonna keep on plugging?
I don't know. I hate to give up, but it seems like such a hopeless thing to keep on tramping the streets, knocking on doors, asking questions and not getting answers. I don't see how. Mr. Beaufay, is this the only way we can clear Nick?
I'm afraid so.
All right, then, let's go knock on some more doors. According to the address that woman gave me, it should be this house here.
Look, Joan, it's late.
Oh, no, let's try this house. It's the first definite address we've been able to find.
All right.
Well, hello. Hello.
Are you Louise Relic?
Have been for some time, honey.
We've been looking all over for you.
Very flattering. What for?
May we come in?
Sure.
Miss Relic.
Call me Wheezy, honey.
Miss Relic, this is Mrs. Nick Varys.
I think you got the wrong apartment.
I don't think we do.
The door's behind you.
Look, sister. Nick Varys is in jail for a murder he didn't commit. I know he didn't commit it. And what's more important, you can prove he didn't.
Never heard of him.
Perhaps you've heard of a man named James Horvath.
Nope.
Please, Miss Relic. You're the only chance I've got to free my husband.
Look, you two. Get out of here and get out fast.
But why? Why? Can't you see we've got to get the truth from you? That you're the only one who can help us.
She's afraid to tell us what she knows, Joan.
Afraid? Sure, I'm afraid.
But you do know something if you wanted to talk.
Get out of here.
Are you afraid of James Horvath?
I don't know what you mean.
Are you afraid of James Horvath because he's the man you saw shoot Frank Dando back in 1924?
I don't know what you mean.
Are you afraid he and his gang will get you if you talk?
I don't know what you
Are you afraid
even
if you exonerate Nick Varys, Horvath and his boys will be laying for you? Is that what you're afraid of, Miss Relic? Is it?
Yes, yes, yes.
James Horvath's in jail for another murder. He can't hurt you.
But he's not the only one. His gang will get me if I talk.
No one will ever know you talked except the parole
But they'll
board.
see my name in the newspapers, won't they?
Your name won't be printed.
Okay. I'll meet you at the parole board office in the morning.
You spend the long hours of the night drinking black coffee and wondering if that frightened promise will hold. It does. The next morning, Louise Relic tells the parole board that the man she saw running from the scene of the robbery and murder was James Horvath. Then one day, a little later, you pull your car up to a stop in front of the state penitentiary.
Nick will come out of that door over there, Joan.
At 11 o'clock?
At 11.
What time is it now?
Well, for the 10th time in the last 5 minutes, it's now 3 minutes of 11.
3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, Nick will walk out of that door. Do I look all right?
You look wonderful.
Do we have to wait in the car? I mean, couldn't
Oh,
we...
come on. You wear me out. We'll walk over that way.
Oh, isn't it a perfectly wonderful day? I don't think the sky has ever been so blue, or the sun so bright, or anything so wonderful in all the world.
Why, I wonder why.
Oh, what time's it now?
45 seconds to 11, precisely.
45 seconds. Why, that's no time at all. Are my stockings seem straight?
Absolutely.
And I've got a clean handkerchief, too. Nicky gets so mad at me when I forget my hanky. But this time I put one in my... Nicky. Oh, Nicky.
Come on, honey. I'll take you home.
Howard Beaufay had the rare privilege among newspapermen of being able to pick your own assignments. And this time you really picked one. You helped two good people find each other again, and you got your big story. And you'd been around the pencil game long enough to know which was the thing that really counted.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Howard Beaufay with the exciting details of tonight's big story. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Howard Beaufay of the Cleveland News.
Following his release from Ohio State Penitentiary, innocent musician in tonight's big story accepted engagement with well-known orchestra and, with his wife, left Cleveland. No one else ever came to trial for 14-year-old murder. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Beaufay. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week. Same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Washington Evening Star. Byline, Jack Allen. A big story about a newspaper reporter and a prize fighter who didn't like newspaper reporters.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram, with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Gail Ingram. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Craig McDonald played the part of Howard Beaufay. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Beaufay, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. During the United Church Canvass, November 16th to December 7th, reaffirm your allegiance to the faith that is the foundation of true happiness. Worship regularly, give to your church or synagogue liberally.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Maxwell House Coffee presents Good News of 1938. Welcome to another hour behind the scenes in Hollywood, brought to you each week from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, home of the screen's greatest stars. Imagine yourselves now walking through MGM's famous front gate, past the projection rooms and the commissary to Soundstage 30. Tonight, scores of stars have come to broadcast and to listen to our Good News program. You will hear music by Meredith Willson and his orchestra, Alan Jones, Virginia Bruce, Frank Morgan, Fanny Bryce, Betty James, John Carradine, and Jimmy Stewart. And here's your host for this hour of entertainment, Robert Taylor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Lined up at the barrier to start the 15th running of the Maxwell House Good News Derby are a string of thoroughbreds.
Oh, Bob.
Well, hello, Frank Morgan.
I just heard you talking about racing. That's a great sport, isn't it?
Oh, so you're a lover of horse flesh, too, huh?
Well, certainly. What? Horse flesh? I wouldn't eat the stuff if I was starving.
Well, you do know something about horses, don't you?
Oh, something. I'm an authority. Giddy at? Whoa, see? Why, racing's in my blood. I know all about horses. I used to be a jockey.
Oh, you were, huh?
Yes.
Well, did you pick any good ones today?
Did I? Oh, Bob, she was charming. Blonde hair and black eyes. And...
Frank, listen, hasn't your wife blonde hair and black eyes?
Well, no wonder she came home with me. She is charming.
Yes, I think your wife is very interesting.
Yes,
Frank.
she is, in a dull kind of a way. If she's listening, I'm only kidding. You know, her biggest fault is she insists on picking out my clothes. Why, just for wearing at the races, she had a top coat made for me out of an old horse blanket. It's an awful thing. I leaned over to tie my shoestring, and 3 jockeys jumped on my back.
I think I'll go out to the racetrack myself tomorrow.
Oh, fine, Bob. I've got a good horse for you in the second race. A tip from a fellow that knows a fellow who knows a fellow that knows...
Well, who is it? I was going to bet on Dipsy Doodle.
Oh, Doopsy Diddle hasn't got a chance. To bet the horse, I tell you, I've got information. You see, the horse hates the jockey, and he'll win the race trying to get away from him.
Yeah. Frank, listen, I've got a good tip for you, too.
Really? What is it?
Well, you won't tell anybody, will you?
I won't even repeat it to myself.
All right, bet on Meredith Wilson's orchestra to play I Double Dare You right now. There they go. Thousands of you listeners to our Maxwell House program are seeing the new picture Everybody's Saying this week, which means that for the first time you are seeing Fanny Bryce as Baby Snooks. It's a thrill I'm sure none of you will want to miss because she's just as lovable, just as maddening on the screen as she is on our program. Now here she is again with Hanley Stafford as her daddy, Baby Snooks.
Well, I finally got Snooks off to bed.
Good. Is everything set, dear?
Just about. Just about. By the time your boss gets here, I'll be all ready.
Well, make sure the dinner's perfect. I don't want anything to go wrong tonight.
It won't. I'm going into the kitchen and see if the roast is done.
Oh, Daddy. Why, Snooks, I thought you were in bed. Go right back to bed this instant. Oh, what's the matter?
You didn't sing to me tonight.
Oh, all right. Sit on my lap. There. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop.
Daddy! Don't sing.
Well, why?
Just rock.
Now, will you go right up to bed?
Now.
Oh, please go to bed, honey. My boss is coming here for dinner.
What's a boy?
Well, it's the man who pays me. I work for it.
Why?
Why? So I can earn money.
What for it?
To buy clothes and food for dinner.
Does the boss earn money?
Why, of course he does.
Well, why does he have to come here for dinner?
Because I invited him.
Oh. Daddy,
What?
I want to see your boss.
You can't see my boss.
Why?
Because it's way past your bedtime. Next week, I'll take you down to the office, and then you can see him.
All right.
Now, are you satisfied?
Uh-huh.
And will you go to bed?
Now.
Well, why not?
I want to see your boss.
I told you you'll see him next week. You'll just have to be patient.
What's patient?
Patient means being able to wait for something.
Is it good to wait?
Why, yes.
Then I'll be patient, Daddy.
That's fine.
I'm going to wait till your boss comes.
Now, that's not being patient.
You said it was.
Now, look, darling, let me explain what patience is. A little boy goes fishing.
What's his name?
Oh, I don't know his name.
Oh.
A little boy goes fishing.
The little girls go fishing?
Oh, I suppose so.
Why?
For the same reason little boys go fishing. Will you let me explain what patience is?
All right. Daddy,
What is it?
the fishes go fishing.
No. Snooks, I'm trying to make you understand what patience is. Now, don't interrupt me again.
All right.
A little boy goes fishing. He waits and waits and waits.
To see your boss?
No. To catch a fish.
Who?
The little boy.
Which little boy?
Any little boy. But he doesn't catch any.
Any what?
Any fish. Are you listening to me?
Uh-huh.
What did I say?
I don't know.
Well, how can I teach you patience if you don't listen? The little boy fishes, but the fishes don't bite.
Bite the little boy?
No, bite the line.
What line?
The line on the end of his fishing pole.
Ah.
The little boy doesn't give up. He waits some more. Now, what does the little boy need when he goes fishing?
Wine.
All right, Snooks, you go right up to bed this minute.
Mommy.
Look, what are you doing downstairs?
Oh, she's impossible. Get her upstairs to bed. My boss will be here any minute, and that blubberhead hates children.
Now, don't get so excited.
Well, she'll wreck everything, and that tightwad will never give me a raise. Say, I smell something burning.
Heavens, the roast is on fire.
The whole kitchen's full of smoke. Wait, I'll help you.
Hello.
Hello? Who is this?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
What's that, Higgins? Is Mr. Higgins there?
Hello.
Is Mr. Higgins there?
Who is this?
This is his boss.
Oh, is this Mr. Blubberhead?
Blubberhead? This is Mr. Martin. Who am I talking to?
This is Mrs. Higgins.
Mrs. Higgins?
Yes, this is my mother.
Oh, is this Baby Snooks?
No, this is the operator, not the police.
What kind of a child? Call your daddy to the phone.
I can't.
Why not?
He's pulling the roast out of Mommy's pants.
What? Oh, you mean the dinner.
There ain't gonna be no dinner.
Well, what happened?
The meat got burnt and Daddy used the soup to put out the fire.
Well, I guess there's no use my coming to dinner.
That's what Mommy said last night.
Last night?
Yeah, she said it to Daddy.
What did she say to Daddy?
She said there's no use having that tightwad for dinner because he won't give you a raise anyway.
Oh, she did she?
Uh-huh. But I want you to come.
Well, I'm glad somebody likes me.
I don't like you. I just want to see your cat.
My cat?
Yeah, the one who tells jokes.
I have no cat who tells jokes.
You have to. My daddy said you got a funny puss.
Is that so? Well, tell your daddy I'm not coming to dinner, and he needn't come to work. Goodbye.
Why, Snooks.
Goodbye.
Snooks, are you still downstairs?
I think I'll go up now.
I should say you'd better. On account of you, the roast got burned, and Mother had to put on 3 steaks instead.
You ain't gonna need 3 steaks. The phone just called up.
Oh, I thought I heard the phone. Who was it?
Your boss, he ain't coming to dinner.
Well, why not?
He's got a headache.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, Mother, the boss isn't coming. Take off one of those steaks.
Oh, my goodness, all right.
Oh, wait a minute, Snooks. Are you sure my boss had a headache?
Uh-huh.
Is that what he said?
No.
Then how do you know he had a headache?
'Cause I bet I gave it to him.
You gave it to him? What did you say to him?
I told him you said he had a funny push, and Mama said he was a tightwad.
Oh!
Mommy. What is it? Take off another steak. Daddy ain't gonna eat.
Why not?
He fainted.
Monday is Valentine's Day, ladies and gentlemen. And I know there are a lot of young ladies listening whose idea of the perfect Valentine would be to have Alan Jones sing a serenade outside their windows. It's a little early for Valentine's, but better early than never. So open the window, girls. Here comes Alan singing, I See Your Face Before Me.
I see your face before me, crowding my every dream. There is your face before me. You are my only theme. It doesn't matter where you are. I can see how fair you are. I close my eyes and there you are. If you could share the magic, if you could see me through, there would be nothing tragic in all my dreams of you. Would that my love could harm you so, knowing I want you so. I can erase your beautiful face before me. Though I wander far away to China or to Mandalay, I see a face before me. Take me to a foreign land, to Persia or to Hindustan, through jungle darkness or a drift upon a sea. It doesn't matter where you are, for I can see how fair you are. I close my eyes and there you are. If you could share the magic, if you could see me too, there would be nothing tragic in all my dreams of you. Would that my love could hold you so, knowing I can't erase your beautiful face before me.
That song, incidentally, was written by a very versatile member of the MGM family, Howard Deeks. Howard wrote the lyrics for Arthur Schwartz's songs in a Broadway show, Between the Devils.
I'm sorry, I will not. Oh, I'll give you one more chance. Will you do it?
No!
Well, all right, Tightwad. When this gets around, I pity your rep. Socially, you're a dead pigeon.
Hey, Frank.
Yes, Bob?
What's all this trouble with Alan? You know Alan isn't tight.
Not tight?
No.
What would you call a man who has the jagged necks of broken bottles sewed on the opening of each pocket? I say it's not only fair, Bob, that when one of our loyal friends, one of our co-workers, one of our comrades, goes away on a trip, that we, his pals, get together and buy him a little gift.
Well, I think you're right, Frank. Put me down for $10.
Oh, that's fine.
Who's the gift for?
Me. The details don't matter, Bob. It's the sentiment that counts.
That's a fine thing. Going around collecting money for a gift for yourself.
Well, just to save you fellas the bother, I didn't want us to go to too much trouble about me. When Meredith Wilson heard I was going, he gave me a $100 check. Told me to get whatever I wanted.
What are you thinking of getting with the check?
Well, I'd like to get cash if it's possible. But you know Wilson.
Yes. When are you leaving, Frank?
Tomorrow. I'm driving to New York in my car.
Oh, yes, I saw your new car. It's a honey.
It should be. I owe enough. I mean, I paid enough for it. It's special built, you know. Custom body. Lovely chassis. Hillside 430. Oh, the pond. Oh, it's beautiful. Only 2 cars like it in the whole world.
Yeah, who has the other one?
Well, some fellow by the name of Jack Benny. It's a very expensive car. I owe $3,000 on it. $300 a month. I can't pay it.
Well, maybe if you talk to the finance company, they'll make an adjustment.
They did. They adjusted the carburetor so I can't go fast enough to escape. You know, I'm taking the car on the boat over to Europe, Bob.
Well, Frank, I better be careful about driving in Europe. In London, you know, they drive on the left side of the street 50 miles an hour, and stop signs don't mean a thing.
Oh, they can't scare me. I learned to drive right here in Hollywood. Yes, Bob, this time next week I'll be boarding the SS Aquitania in New York.
Are you sailing alone, Frank?
Oh, no. I'm taking my personal maid with me. I mean, my valet. What would I be doing with a maid? You should meet her, Bob. She's nauseating, but nice. Should be a glorious trip. Especially Switzerland. Oh, Switzerland. The country of my misspent youth. I mean, where I spent my youth.
Yeah, but, Frank, I understood that as a boy you lived in New York.
New York? Well, I did live in New York, but I went to school in Switzerland.
Back and forth.
Yeah, like clockwork. I remember the schoolhouse, P.S. Alp, number 6. Bob, couldn't you possibly come along to Europe with me as my guest? Plenty of room for you, Bob. I've reserved the whole upper deck of the Aquitania for myself. Nothing but the best for Morgan, I always
whole
say.
upper deck. I don't believe it.
You don't believe it? Why, Bob, if I'm lying, I hope the roof caves in on me.
Hey, where are you going?
Outside in the open. Bob, the invitation is still good. With me, you'll travel in style. The Riviera, Biarritz. I'll take you to see the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
I'd rather see the Eiffel.
Oh, the Eiffel. I've got her phone number. Lovely. I haven't seen her since the war. Champs-Élysées, 4161. If a man answers, it's the same one who slugged me. Well, Bob, if you won't accept it's your loss, the trip is costing me $40,000, but
How much, Frank?
Well, Bob, if I'm lying, I hope the roof... Well, it's costing plenty.
Well, Frank, look, I have but one favor to ask us.
Well, anything at all, Bob. It's a pleasure.
All right, when you come back, bring me some little art treasure, some piece of sculpture.
Well, now, you know, it's a funny thing you mentioned, sculpture. Do you know that when I went to school in Paris...
What did you study in Paris?
What did I say? Oh, I'll skip it. Bob, it's off to Europe for me. I'm off for the high seas.
Well, bon voyage, Frank.
Well, that's very... Hi, boys. Better late than... This is touching. I wish I could take you all with me.
Frank, will you answer that telephone?
Yes, of course. Hello?
Frank Morgan, please.
Yes, I'll see if he's in. Oh, yes, I'm in. This is Morgan. Who's this?
This is the Cunard Steamship Lines, New York. Mr. Morgan, you can't sail on the Aquitania.
I can't sail. Now, see here, I must sail. I've made all my plans. I even bought a yachting cap. Let me talk to the manager.
This is the manager, and there's no room for you on the Aquitania. Maybe we can squeeze you in on the next trip.
Squeeze me? Didn't you get my application?
Yes, but we don't need any more stewards.
Well, that's a fine way to run a steamship line. Who needs the Aquitania? I can row. Where's the door? Who moved the door?
Meredith Wilson's new arrangement of the popular tune, Nice Work If You Can Get It. whole NPM lot. She's lovely to look at, delightful to know. And it's a pleasure to welcome her here to this good news program. Virginia Bruce. Virginia appears this evening in a playlet written especially for her by George Oppenheimer called Where There's Smoke. Now, I'm scene, a hotel room, time. June, where are you?
What is it? Who's there? What's happening?
Where are those confounded lights? Oh, here they are.
Tom, Anthony, what are you doing in my room?
There's nothing personal about it.
Get out, do you hear?
Very well, if that's the way you feel about it.
How dare you break in here?
I didn't break in. The door was unlocked. It might interest you to know, June.
Nothing you could say would interest me.
Well, if that's how you're going to behave, I was just about to
Will
tell you.
you get out or must I ring for the management?
I don't think they'll answer.
What do you mean?
They're all out watching the fire.
What fire?
Oh, just a fire. The hotel's burning.
The hotel? Oh, why didn't you tell me?
Because you were very rude to me.
Oh, this is terrible. Now turn your back while I put something on.
June, this is no time for modesty.
Oh, where are my shoes? No, don't you look. I'll find them.
I was only trying to be helpful.
Turn around.
All right, if you insist.
Oh, it's getting hot. I can feel it.
That's your imagination. The fire's only up to the 3rd floor. This is the 5th.
Oh, quick, come on, open the door. Oh, what's the matter?
It won't open.
Nonsense. Let me try.
I guess I know when a door's stuck.
Oh, what are we going to do? Pound on the door.
I'm afraid everybody's gone.
The window.
Were you thinking of flying down 5 flights?
How can you stand there so calmly? Do something.
All right, what do you suggest?
Anything.
Well, I might recite something. The boys stood on the burning deck.
Have you gone crazy? What are you so smug about? You act as though you wanted to be burned to death.
Doesn't matter. One way's as good as another.
What are you talking about?
I told you once tonight, if you wouldn't marry me, nothing mattered. At least we'll die together.
But I don't want to die. I'm too young to die.
Oh, come now. You're all of 26.
I'm 22.
Will you settle for 24?
There you go again, insulting me. Get out of my room.
Aren't you overlooking a little detail?
What detail?
We're both trying to get out of your room.
Oh, the fire. What are we going to do?
Well, you asked me that before, don't you remember? I had no suggestion whatsoever.
Oh, Tom, don't let me burn.
There, darling. We must be brave.
I don't want to be brave. I want to be saved.
Remember, June, in a moment of crisis like this, one must be brave and honest. This may be your last chance to tell the truth.
Oh.
Why did you refuse to marry me tonight?
I don't like you.
June, how can you tell a lie on the very brink of eternity?
Stop talking.
Come on, June, the truth. Now, why did you refuse?
Because I loved you.
Well, now we're getting someplace. Doesn't make sense, but at least it's progress.
Tom, it's getting hotter and hotter. Please do something.
Don't change the subject. If you love me, why don't you marry me?
Well, how can I marry if we're going to get burned down with the hotel?
Don't quibble. You refused to marry me tonight. Now, why?
Because you tried to bully me into it. You just grabbed me and kissed me. You took me for granted.
Oh, so that's... Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
No, but Tom...
Well, you should be, turning down a brilliant opportunity like that just out of pique. Now, come here.
What are you going to do?
What do you think?
Oh, Tom.
June, look, if by some miracle we should get out of this, I mean alive, will you marry me tomorrow?
Yes.
You swear it?
Yes, darling.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
But how can we get out?
I don't know. I only said if.
The burrows.
Oh, Tom, there's somebody there. We're saved. Oh, please, somebody, let us out.
Why, Miss Burrows, this door must have been locked from the inside.
Inside? But where's the fire?
Well, the manager asked me to tell the guests that someone put in a false alarm.
A false alarm?
Yes, miss. I trust you weren't too upset. Good night.
Tom, Anthony, did you lock that door?
Yes, darling.
You would have let me burn to death.
No, darling.
Yes, you would have, you pyromaniac.
Oh, no, darling.
What do you mean, no? You didn't know it was a false alarm.
Didn't I?
You.
Yes, dear.
Oh!
Now, you mustn't get excited. Remember, you're getting married tomorrow.
I'll get even with you, Tom Anthony. I'll get even with you if it takes the rest of our married life.
You were great, Virginia, but don't you feel just a little exhausted after all that excitement?
Oh, I certainly do, Bob.
Well, we can fix that. A little cup of coffee is just the thing. Look, you know Ted, don't you?
I think so. He talks about Maxwell House coffee, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he's been known to. Mm-hmm. All right, Ted. Here's the moment you've been waiting for. Miss Bruce, Mr. Pearson.
How do you do, Miss Bruce?
Miss Bruce, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Do you mind?
No, not at all.
That's fine. You know, on our Good News show a few weeks ago, I talked to Mrs. Edwards, who runs the commissary on the lot, and she told me that your favorite luncheon was a chicken salad and a baked apple.
And coffee.
And coffee. Miss Bruce, I know what kind of coffee you drink on the lot because Maxwell House is the official coffee at the commissary. Has that friendly stimulation, never lets you down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Taylor running a one-man newspaper and bringing you one news item, Flash. Next week's Good News program will receive a visit from that celebrated Jell-O salesman, Jack Benny. End Flash. But now we take you again to that little dressing room in a corner of Stage 30 where we find Fanny Bryce and her maid Musette. We know Fanny is in her usual gay spirits as we hear her humming,
Oh, the dipsy-doo-doo went to town riding on a pony. I'm in the mood for love. Oh, Musette.
Yes, Miss Bryce.
Remember, Musette, tonight I'm into nobody, positively not a soul, unless it's a man. Quick, Musette, see who's there.
It's Frank Morgan.
Yes, certainly it's Frank Morgan. At least I know it was when I knocked. I hope you're letting in the right man.
Well, Mr. Morgan, it's giving me the quickening of the pulse to see your smiling face grouped around me.
Well, I just thought I'd drop in and tell you how good you were in your picture, Everybody Sing. I saw it the other night, and I was surprised to hear you sing so nicely.
Oh, it was nothing at all. Of course, I'm used to singing the more serious type of music, the opera.
Yes.
Ah, the opera.
Yes.
You should have heard me sing the part of Stevedore in Carmen.
Stevedore? You mean the Matador?
Stevedore, Matador. What's the difference so long as you're throwing the bull?
But you know, Miss Bryce, I've always said to myself, Frank, I always call myself Frank when I speak of it. That's my maiden name. I said, Frank, you've just got to play a love scene with Fanny Bryce.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? I've been saying to myself the same thing.
Yeah, well, you know, I've watched you do those love scenes with all the great screen lovers except me, and
Well, I didn't think you was exactly my type.
Oh.
You know, I like more the outdoor, rugged kind of man.
Oh, well, I'm a little rugged in spots. I will be. I've been taking athletic lessons by mail.
You look just the same to me.
I know. Well, I don't get the muscles till the next letter. But, you know, I really should make a great lover. I used to be a whiz at post office.
And now you're in the red letter department. To be a great lover, you must be a man with sensitive emotions.
Yeah.
1 minute you're hot.
Yeah.
The next minute you're cold.
Yeah.
You know, like a janitor.
Yeah, well, I get chilblains and hot flashes once in a while. Would that help?
You know something, Mr. Morgan?
Yeah.
Suddenly, as I'm standing here looking at you,
Yeah.
flashes across my mind a thought.
Yeah.
You know, you appeal to me.
Oh.
Will you try out a love scene with me? And you can crush me in your arms, but good. And you can kiss me again and again.
I'd kiss you again. Well, I hope my mustache doesn't bother you.
It'll tickle me to death. Wait, I must have music to get me in the mood. If you could only sing.
Oh, is that all there is to it? Just singing a love song?
Of course, you must have that certain technique, you know.
Well, maybe like this. Listen. You appeal to me. Because when I see you, I get that old feeling. That's pretty good so far, isn't it? Like music to Meredith Wilson. Like hot dogs to a racetrack. Like, just like something or other. You're indispensable. How am I doing? You appeal to me. Because you appeal? Yes, you appeal. I'm getting into a rut here. Like Mammy to Al Jolson. Like buzzing to a bee. Like Maxwell House coffee 2, 3, 4, 1. You appeal to me. How's that?
Well, it was better than wonderful. It was mediocre. You know, I think I'll take a crack at that song.
Yeah?
You appeal to me Because you don't look like a dog, but you look real to me. Like Mickey Mouse to Minnie, like Campton to the Lily, like sauerkraut to a Winnie. You're just a glamour man. You appeal to me because you're just a guy that don't look like a hill to me. Like Amos goes with Andy, like Clement goes with tea, like Jimmy Stewart, Clark Gable, Robert Taylor, and a few others too numerous to mention. You appeal to me.
There's no denying.
You appeal to me.
And now, friends, following that pleasant custom of ours on these evenings, we're inviting you all into the old Maxwell House just across the way for a friendly cup of that famous Maxwell House coffee, the coffee that's bringing these programs to you. Ted Pearson, are they ready for us?
All ready, Bob. All right, friends. Plenty of room inside, so here we go through these wide colonial doors. And there's plenty of fresh coffee, too, while we're setting the stage for the second half of tonight's show. So up with that coffee time music, Meredith. We now pause briefly for station identification.
You're listening to KFI, Los Angeles.
Several weeks ago, Meredith Wilson took the popular song by Emir Bistoujain and made an arrangement of it that had us all tapping our feet and whistling for a long time after it was over. A lot of people mentioned it afterwards, and Meredith remarked that the same type of arrangement could be applied to any song. Tonight he's going to try it. I selected Rosalie as the number, and here it goes. Okay, Meredith? Pioneer Mr. James.
Thank you, Bob.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, day after tomorrow, we celebrate the birthday of the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. You'll hear a great deal about him in the next day or two, but tonight we should like to remind you of the simple human side of this character. And so Maxwell House presents a scene from the MGM picture all you listeners helped to name a few weeks ago, Of Human Heart. You remember that the story dealt with a country preacher and his family, principally the son, Jason, played by Jimmy Stewart. And you may remember that all through the story, Jason grew farther and farther away from the parents who had sacrificed so much for his career. Finally, while he is serving brilliantly as a medical officer in the Union Army, he is suddenly summoned to Washington by President Lincoln, played in the picture and in tonight's program by John Carradine. Jason, Jimmy Stewart, hurries to the Capitol, expecting a decoration for his work. He is ushered into the President's simply furnished office.
You are Jason Wilkins.
Yes, Mr. President.
I want to congratulate you, Wilkins. You've been doing great things in the field.
Thank you, sir. Only my share.
More than your share, if what I hear is true. You've saved many lives.
Well, sir, we're closer to the lines than most field hospitals, so that when a man is wounded, we're able to take care of him before complications set in.
I've received many letters praising your work. I have here a request from General Grant that you be transferred to his medical corps.
Oh, I'd like that, sir.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. You interest me in one particular, Wilkins. I understand you don't amputate except as a last resort.
Well, there's no use crippling men, Mr. President, unless it's absolutely necessary.
Quite right. Quite right. What school did you go to? What medical college?
The Baltimore Free College of Surgery, sir.
Must be a very good school. Sit down. Tell me about it.
Oh, thank you, sir. Well, sir, it's not much to look at from the outside, but they have very good doctors there. They're very thorough and all that.
You had a scholarship?
No, sir. It's a free school.
But your board and room, you had to pay that.
Yes, sir.
Must have had a hard time of it.
Well, sir, I did odd jobs around the place, and I got money from home, sir.
Home? Where is home, Wilkins?
It's a little town in Ohio, sir. Pine Hill.
Have you any relatives?
Only my mother, sir.
Only your mother? No brothers or sisters?
No, sir.
An only son, eh? And your mother, is she well off?
No, sir. She's very poor, especially after my father died 6 years ago.
But she managed to help you?
Yes, sir. She raised the money by selling things.
Things? What sort of things?
Well, they're old things she didn't need, sir.
What were they? I like to know about such things.
Well, sir, as I remember, there was grandfather's watch and an old silver teapot, there were silver spoons, a hat box, the St. Bartholomew candlesticks. They were old things, sir, not good for anything.
How is your mother, Wilkins? In good health?
Yes, sir.
Is she?
Why, I don't know, sir.
You don't know? Why not?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, I've neglected to write.
But surely she writes to you?
I don't think she knows where I am.
What's the matter with your mother, Wilkins? No good, like most mothers?
She is good, sir.
She must be a pretty poor sort. Else why have you dropped her like a hot stone? She must have done something terrible to you, Wilkins. What was it? I'll tell you what she did. She carried you around in her arms, more steps than you could ever count. She nursed you, covered you at night, prayed for you, cooked, washed, sewed for you, tried to teach you right from wrong. That's what she did, Wilkins. And you repay her for that with what? Silence. Silence for 2 long years.
But I've been fighting the wars.
Hasn't she? Hasn't every mother and wife and sweetheart been doing the same thing?
But, Mr.
Hear me,
President.
Wilkins. For 2 long years, your mother's heart has been torn with the thought that you might be lying wounded and dying on some battlefield. Now she's given up. She thinks you're dead. A letter from you would have saved her that.
You've talked to her, sir?
She wrote to me. Asked me to find your grave. She wants to see it. Put flowers on it. Sit beside it and dream of the little boy she used to hold in her arms.
Oh, I'm so terribly sorry.
Sorry. She sold her household treasures one by one for you. Old things, you say, not good for anything. Oh, you ungrateful fool. Listen to me, boy. There's no finer quality in the world than gratitude. And there's nothing a man can have in his heart so mean, so low ingratitude. Even a dog appreciates a kindness, never forgets a soft word or a bone. The noblest holiday in the world is Thanksgiving. And next to the Creator himself, nobody deserves that holiday as much as Mother. Wilkins, sit down at my desk.
The desk? Yes, sir.
Here's some paper. Now, write a letter to your mother. Tell her what an ungrateful wretch you've been and how sorry you are for it. Tell her you'll write often. And keep that promise, Wilkins. From this time forward, you'll write her a letter every week. Do you understand me? If you fail, I'll have you court-martialed. Blow, blow, thou winter white. Thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, that dost not bite so nigh as benefits forgot.
Dear Mom.
Jimmy Stewart, John Carradine at the wonderful scene. If I may say so, I think you played it beautifully.
Thank you. Actually, the fellow that ought to be taking the bows is Director Clarence Brown.
Well, he's right here, and I think I'll ask him to say something. Clarence?
Well, Bob, we had a great cast and a great script. You know, I don't believe there was ever an actor who came closer to really being Lincoln than John Carradine.
Yes, that's a fact, Mr. Brown. I was really startled the first time I saw him.
Clarence, you've made a lot of pictures. You go back as far as Flesh and the Devil. And last year you directed Conquest. How do you feel about Of Human Hearts in comparison with some of the others?
Well, Bob, I don't think I'm prouder of any job in my whole career than I am of this picture. But I don't want any credit for it. The memory of Abraham Lincoln inspired the story, and all of us who worked on the picture. Now, Bob, you go on with your show, and let us just sit here and listen.
All right, Clarence, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to add my personal endorsement of this fine picture Of Human Hearts. In the next few days, you'll be able to see it at one of your favorite theaters. I know you'll enjoy it. Now, another of our regular Maxwell House troopers whom you all like, Miss Betty James. Betty James and Alan Jones present a song from the new picture, The Girl of the Golden West. It's called Who Are We to Say?
Love may fill your heart with a strange delight. Love may build a world that is new.
Love may leave your heart like a winter night. No one knows just what love will do.
Who are we to say just what love will do? Love may live a day or all life through.
Who are we to say how a rose will grow? It may fade away or bloom and blow.
You and I may plan and scheme, and everything's arranged.
Then there comes a vagrant dream, and all the world is changed.
Folks, there's one thing we never do get to know, and for that matter, neither do you, and that's this. What do our dogs think about it? Tonight, some of the gang brought their dogs to the broadcast, so we've hooked up our special dogomaphone, and we're going to listen to what our dogs think of it. As we pick them up, Alan Jones' dog is talking to Frank Morgan's dog.
Well, if it isn't my old pal, Fido Morgan.
Yes, of course. Well, wag my tail if it isn't the best police dog on our block. Flash Jones. Off to yourself.
Well, how are things, Fido?
Well, you know how it goes. A bite here and a bite there.
It's not so good with me. Oh, I'm sure leading a dog's life. I get blamed for everything. You know that master of mine, Alan Jones, he sings half the night, and people in the neighborhood think it's me barking.
Oh, you poor dog. But at least you're not owned by that tightwad, Frank Morgan. He built me such a dinky little doghouse that I have to wag my tail up and down instead of sideways.
Yeah, you know, I think I'll run away and let the dog catcher get me and put me in the pound. Then they'll feel sorry.
Why, they couldn't treat you worse if you were a cat.
Speaking of cats, reminds me, I'm hungry.
I could go for a couple of nice dog biscuits myself.
Well, I got something better than that. I brought along a bone to nibble on till the program was over. Won't you join me?
Well, I'd be delighted. This is good. The leavings at the Morgan house aren't like this. After all, even a dog can't eat beer bottles.
Say, what do you think of that new dog food? Canned food. Canned dog food.
But that master of mine, Morgan, is so absent-minded, he forgets to take it out of the can.
Hey, here comes Bob Taylor's Great Dane. I hope he's not hungry. You know how those Great Danes eat.
My, doesn't he look doggy with that new collar and leash?
Woof, woof. Fellas, what's the good word?
Why, hello, Rover Taylor. Flash Jones and I were just remarking how good you look in that new collar and leash.
Well, it's just a little something the boss gave me.
Yeah. Of course, you know Flash Jones here, don't you, Rover?
Oh, yes. We both have the same veterinary.
Well, now, for heaven's sake, please don't start talking about your operations.
Oh, I'm tired from walking all day. Do you fellas mind if I lie down and rest my dogs?
We're just sharing a bone. Woof! Will you take potluck?
No, thanks. I'm on a diet, getting ready for the dog.
I wonder what the boys at the Kennel Club are doing.
Say, Rover, what do you hear? From the mob?
Well, my sister got a litter from home yesterday.
Say, how is your sister? I haven't seen her since she was a pup.
Oh, she's married, you know. Quite a family. Her husband's a traveling man. They don't get along very well, though. He's a holy terrier.
Oh. Hey, fellas, here comes Fanny Bryce's dog.
Oh, that little cocker spaniel?
Yeah, we better hide this bone. That dog eats like a horse.
Yeah.
What do you guys eat there? Come on out with that bone. I saw you hide it.
You wouldn't like it anyway, Fanny. It's, well, it's not kosher.
Who cares? I'm looking for a change of diet. Anyway, that Fanny Bryce's brother owns a delicatessen, so all I get to eat is frankfurters. Believe me, I'm sick and tired of dog-eat-dog.
How's your brother, Spanny? I understand he's going around with a little French poodle.
Vive la France! You've never seen such a hairy dog. You have to stick him with a pin in her, twice to see which end barks.
Speaking of barking, why can't we bark out a little good old-fashioned dog hair trim shop harmony? Huh?
Well, that's okay. All together now, huh?
Good night, doggy. Good night. Good night, doggy. We're going to leave you now.
may remember on one of our Good News broadcasts, Mrs. Frances Edwards, head of the commissary and coffee shop here, explained just why you need a special grind of coffee to fit your particular method of coffee making. Well, evidently, Mrs. Edwards made the point clear, so we've had a good many letters from women commenting on it. Most of them say something like this.
A while ago, I bought a glass coffee maker and began to use it. It wasn't long before I became pretty discouraged because, frankly, I just wasn't making a good cup of coffee. I couldn't understand what the trouble was until one night I heard Mrs. Edwards explaining why it is that to make good coffee by the drip method, you must use a special drip grind. It sounded like such common sense to me that I bought a pound of Maxwell House in the special drip grind, and our coffee's been just splendid ever since.
Well, I'm sure that checks with the experience of many thousands of women. And, of course, it does make sense, too, that to make a cup of drip coffee that's always the same in flavor and strength, you need a special drip grind. Now, that's just why we offer Maxwell House coffee in 2 grinds. The regular grind for those who make their coffee by the percolator or boiled method, and the special drip grind for glass coffee maker or drip pot. And remember, Maxwell House coffee is packed in that familiar blue super vacuum can, from which all air has been removed and into which no air can get afterwards to steal away its flavor. So it reaches you with all its original full flavor intact, not merely days fresh, but roaster fresh. Thus, whatever your method, you'll be sure of getting a rich, full-bodied, deeply satisfying cup of coffee every time. Coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Now another presentation of the MGM Concert Hall. Last week, Meredith Wilson completed his series of 10 immortal favorites. Tonight he starts a new series of popular masterpieces. And for his first number, he has chosen a composition which 20 years ago was on almost every piano in America. A song whose title most of you have probably forgotten, but whose melody I'm sure you'll remember instantly. It's called Mercedes. That was beautiful, Meredith. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, another hour behind the scenes in Hollywood, brought to you from Metro Golden Mare. Your ticket of admission is just your loyalty to Maxwell House Coffee. So be sure and tune in and hear Fanny Bryce, Frank Morgan, Alan Jones, and Meredith Wilson. We'll also have with us again Maureen O'Sullivan, Lionel Barrymore, and Jack Conway, who directed us in A Yank at Oxford over in England last summer. And that famous Jell-O salesman, Jack Benny. So I hope you'll be with us next Thursday. In the meantime, go to the movies and enjoy yourself. This is Bob Taylor saying good night until next week.
Flash, we salute the San Francisco Chronicle, who are honoring Fanny Bryce by starting a Baby Snooks contest. The musical selection, Always and Always, is from the Joan Crawford Spencer Tracy picture Mannequin. Nice work if you can get it. It's from the picture Damsel in Distress. You Appeal to Me is from Happy Landing. This is Ted Pearson saying goodnight for the makers of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Pepsi-Cola, it's a spot, 12 ounces, that's a lot, twice as much for a nickel too. Pepsi-Cola is the drink for you. Nickel, 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 nickel.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life! Elgin American, creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. The comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
You don't say. Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx! Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try and take it away from me?
A pair of youngsters who are going steady, Groucho. They were selected by the studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Anna Jung and Dave Mock meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the Elgin American program. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll pay you $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Your name is Anna Jung?
That's right.
Where are you from, Anna?
I was born in Canton, China.
Does your last name have any English meaning, Anna?
Not to my knowledge.
Does it have any meaning without your knowledge? What does your name mean, Dave?
Well, my Chinese name is John, which means genuine, and that's my middle name, John.
Oh. And what does Mock stand for? Title?
I don't know.
I have two in my bathroom, huh? Sam and Irving, I call them. Oh, really? When are you two going to be married?
I don't know if we are going to get married.
We haven't talked about it.
Will the ceremony be in English or Chinese, huh?
I don't know if we are going to get married.
You're kind of stubborn, aren't you, huh? Dave, do you understand Chinese?
Oh, I speak a little of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it won't make any difference. The wedding ceremony is always Greek to the bridegroom anyway, huh? Anna, how did you meet the reluctant dragon here?
Well, was one of the dancers, and he went stag, and my escort very impolitely left me with him, so I guess he was more or less stuck.
You consider that he was stuck?
What do you think?
I would say au contraire. I only wish I knew what it meant. May I ask how old you are, Anna?
I'm 21.
Mm-hmm. And how old are you, Dave?
24.
Is that in years or in yen?
You don't count years by yen.
You don't, huh? Well, I've got a big yen to be 21 again. Well, I think you make a charming couple, and to prove it, we have some ideal wedding gifts for you. Fenneman, take good care of them, huh?
For Anna, this lovely engraved dresser set by Elgin American. It's finished in rich silver, the finishing touch for your dresser.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
For Dave, we have Elgin American's hand-engraved sterling silver cigarette case that holds 20 regular or 16 king-size cigarettes.
It's really nice.
Is there any difference, Anna, between Chinese wedding customs and ours?
Oh, yes, there are a few. The custom of the bride's family to give gifts.
It's like a dowry, huh?
Oh, well, similar.
I used to think a dowry was where you got milk until I got married. I got milk plenty, huh? Are there any specific gifts that you're supposed to get? I mean, do they indicate...
Well, I don't know, but of course the gifts depend a lot upon your finances. If you have about 1,000 friends, you can't give everyone a cigarette case.
Well, I wish you'd try, because that's our racket here. Now, Dave, in China, is the groom the same miserable scapegoat he is here?
In China, he's the master of the house.
He's the master of the house in China? And why does everybody want to take a slow boat to China? Now, Dave, what bad habits are you going to give up after you're married?
I haven't talked about getting married yet.
Doesn't he have any bad habits you're going to correct, Anna?
Well, if I would correct them, he has a few, like staying up too late at night and excessive smoking.
For a girl who isn't going to marry him, you say you know a lot about it. Dave, you've been shanghaied. Huh? Now, Dave, what was there about Anna that you found particularly appealing?
Well, she was intellectual. She's good company, and
she's cute.
Very good dancer.
Very good dancer. Well, I don't know what other qualifications you would want. Come home after a hard day's work and you want a big meal. Your wife is in the kitchen doing the Charleston, right? That'll certainly put you in great shape for the evening. What did you find particularly appealing about Dave?
Well, he has nice wavy hair, and he's very sweet, and I think he has a charming smile, don't you?
You just said smile. You just said smile, and that's the secret word, and that means you just won your one.
Oh, no!
There it is. Congratulations. Now, wipe that smile off your face and let's get back to business here, huh? Now, Dave, have you given any thought to what marriage is going to be like? For example, can Anna cook your favorite dish? Anna, what is his favorite dish?
Oh, well, his favorite American steak, but I think he likes the shark fin soup a little better.
Shark skin soup?
No, shark fin.
Shark fin. That isn't a fin you got, that's 100 you got. Well, that sounds like a very interesting dish. How long does it take to prepare shark skin soup?
Oh. It'll take a couple of
shark
days.
Shark fin soup.
Approximately.
Takes one day to catch the shark, I suppose. Now, well, you're an attractive couple, and I wish you two every happiness.
Not married yet.
She's got $100. Doesn't that change your attitude? Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for $1,500. You bet your life. But right now, I want you to pay attention to some interesting conversation.
Dave,
Say, Mary, when did you get a raise? I didn't. What? That new compact of yours. It must have cost plenty. That's what I expected, too. It's an Elgin American, but it was only $4.95. No.
Yes. Elgin American compacts always look like a lot more than they cost. Smart as tomorrow in fashion, master craftsman engraving to the last detail. Clasps, mirrors, powder doors so flawless they rival many other compacts that cost a lot more. Packaged with the luxury of a gem. Only Elgin American's leadership, only the greatest manufacturing facilities in the industry, can bring you first in fashion compacts styled by top designers of Paris, New York, Hollywood. Compacts first in jewel-like perfection, first in value for so little money. Tomorrow, see them all, including sterling silver and 14-karat gold. Also, Elgin American's companion line of American Beauty Compacts, thriftily priced from $2.95. For yourself, for every woman on your gift list, you can't beat the greatest value of them all, exquisite, finest quality compacts by Elgin American.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, straighten them out on the roof.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Name the state.
Name of the state, north or south. Is that right? Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
5.
What state is immediately north of California?
Oregon.
Oregon is right.
They're on their way with $25.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. You're going to bet how much of the 25 this time? Remember, you're going to get married.
Not yet. 15.
All right. What state is south of Georgia? Come on. Take a stab at it. The bell is tolled. The answer is Florida.
They now have $10.
You've now reduced to $10. Now, how much of the $10 are you going to try this time? 5? All right. Now, what state is immediately north of New Mexico?
Utah.
No, I'm sorry. The answer is Colorado.
They now have $5.
Well, now you've only got $5. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet $5. What state is directly south of Oklahoma?
Tennessee.
No, I'm sorry. The answer is Texas. Well, apparently you two are penniless. However, it isn't a very good advertisement having you leave here broke, so I'll give you one more chance. You answer this correctly and you'll win $10. What president had the same name as Lincoln, Nebraska? What president?
Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln is right. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compact. Stick around now. You might still get the crack at the big question. Don't forget, you grabbed $100 in cash for saying the secret word.
Groucho, our next couple has been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is smile. Perhaps they'll say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Joan Grant, a housewife, and Mr. Stuart Town from the State Department of Motor Vehicles. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compact, and if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you'll get $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Grant, you're a housewife, huh?
Yes.
What does your husband do for a living, Mrs. Grant?
He's a kneeler.
He's a kneeler?
A kneeler.
What is a kneeler?
Well, he stands by a furnace and anneals metal that's in the furnace.
Does he walk around his knees at home? Or...
No, he walks around in shorts.
Well, he'd still be on his knees, you know. How did you meet your husband?
Well, he delivered my worm.
Mrs. Grant. He delivered your...
I read a book, and it told about this worm hobby, you know. And we lived on a lake, and we used to fish in the winter, you know, over the ice, and we always ran
fish
short.
In the winter, huh?
Anyway, I thought it'd be nice to have all the worms we needed, and then you can always sell what you have left over.
Yeah.
2 dozen per quarter. So I said...
You ever crack any apples and get the worms out?
That isn't my kind of a worm.
Is that a different kind of a worm?
Yes, these are special.
I thought a worm was a worm. I didn't know that.
No, these are a special breed of worm, and they...
jump at a speckled bass?
Yeah, they're real wriggly. And should I tell you the rest of it?
Well, I'm drinking it in, Mrs. Grant.
So he helped me, and he got interested, and he said he'd come back and help me with them, because you have to water them twice a week and feed them, and then they have capsules, and when
the worm takes capsules?
No! They breed, and then in 3 weeks you dump that box over, and there's thousands of little capsules, and each capsule has from 1 to 20 worms in it, and then you put those in another box, and in 3 months there are thousands of little worms.
And your husband does this in shorts?
That's how we met.
That's how you met, eh?
One day he thought it would be a good idea if we start raising our own little worms. That's what he said.
And did you try to worm out of it?
It was a good offer, so I took it.
And how many little worms do you have now?
2.
And do they have capsules, too? Mr. Town, eh?
Right.
Stewart Town, eh? You're from the Department of Motor Vehicles, eh?
Right.
Are you married?
Yes, sir.
How did you meet your wife? Were you wearing shorts at the time?
Well, it's quite a while back. I don't recall, but I know that
You don't remember how you met your wife?
No, I wore shorts enough.
Oh. So let's say you didn't wear shorts. How did you meet your wife?
Anyway.
Let's say you were wearing longies.
Oh, the summertime.
It was in the summer.
I went over to picnic, Brookside Park.
Where's that?
To Pasadena. I looked all around, and over there, one side I saw these 2 girls, and one of them was really nice. I said, well, there she is, so we'll go get her. And I spent the whole afternoon, evening dancing there. And first thing I know, we were engaged and we were married.
Well, that'll teach you to keep out of Pasadena. Eh? Just what do you do at the Department of Motor Vehicles, Mr. Town?
Well, I take the $2 fee from the people that come in for license, and I give them a written examination, a vision test. If they get by that all right, I take them out on a road test.
Well, what kind of test questions do you ask them? Ask me some test questions, Mr. Town.
How long would you put out your arm before you want to make a boulevard stop?
Well, that depends on the length of your arm, doesn't it? One more, Mr. Town. I'm pretty good at this.
Well, supposing the fire engine coming down the road.
Yeah.
How close could you follow behind it?
I'd go right behind it. Huh?
Well, that's wrong. That's against the law.
Well,
You
why?
must not follow behind it.
What do you want me to do? Go in front of it? Happens my daughter was caught in a hook and ladder. I had to hop all the way to Long Beach. I was known as Hop-Along Groucho. Would you say you're a careful driver, Mrs. Grant?
Yes, I would.
Well, why do you think so, huh?
Well, I never drive too fast, and I always keep my eyes on the road.
It's quite a trick. Aren't you afraid you'll run over him? Well, you both passed my test with flying colors, and we have the perfect gifts for each of you from our sponsor. George.
Right, Groucho. Mrs. Grant will love Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold.
I think it's lovely.
George, what have you got for the Department of Motor Vehicles here?
Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look.
This is very, very lovely, and I thank you.
It's a pleasure to give it to you, Mr. Town. Now, let's get down to serious business. You're going to play You Bet Your Life, the Elgin American game, for $1,500. Run you $20 into more than our other couples, and you get the chance at the $1,500 question later. Gentlemen, remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The young couple lost all their money, so the housewife and the motor vehicle man have a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
On fruits.
Varieties of fruits. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
What variety of fruit is a Jonathan?
Apple.
An apple. All right.
Well, for this start, they have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $30 will it be now?
20.
20? What variety of fruit is a Valencia?
Orange.
An orange is right.
They're really climbing, Groucho. They have $50.
You're climbing. You're up to $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 you're going to try?
$40.
What variety of fruit is a satsuma? A satsuma?
Plum.
A plum is correct.
Now they have $90.
How much of the 90 are you going to risk?
$70.
What variety of fruit is an anjou? A-N-J-O-U.
Pair.
Pair.
A pair is correct. And they wind up with a grand total of $160. You wound up with $160. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,500 question. Right now, listen to this.
Oh, I left my lighter at the office.
Here, use mine. You'd never leave this one behind. It's a Socialite by Elgin American.
Yes, everybody goes for Elgin American's terrific new Socialite lighters. So beautifully designed and finished, they look like jewelry. And they work like magic. That's their marvelous magic action. It keeps the light going for others to use without pressure. Locks automatically for safety when closed. The most modern, surefire mechanism of any lighter made. Yet, these last word Socialite lighters for men and women are priced from just $4.95. Table models from $9.95. Values beyond compare. By all means, see them tomorrow at your leading store. And buy the finest lighters you can use or give. Socialite lighters by Elgin American.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance of the $1,500 question. George, who's leading so far?
Well, the housewife and the motor vehicle man are ahead with $160. And here's our final couple coming in from their waiting room off stage. They don't know the secret word is smile. And here they are, a girl softball player and a steam room masseur selected by the studio audience just before we went on the air. Charlotte Pioginski and Dan Hurley. Meet Groucho Marx.
Hello, folks, and welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll pay you $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Charlotte, how do you pronounce your name?
Pioginski.
Would you mind spelling it?
P-I-E-C-H-O-C-I-N-S-K-I.
Now pronounce it again.
Pioginski.
Comes out just the same. You're a softball player, Charlotte?
Yes.
May I ask how old you are, Charlotte?
You may.
Okay, next question. How old are you?
25.
25, well, you don't look it. Are you sure you touched all the bases? What position do you play, Charlotte?
Pitcher, first base, and outfield.
Simultaneously? Are you married?
Yes, sir.
What does your husband do, Charlotte?
He's a warehouseman
How'd you meet him?
at the Palladium. I was...
What were you doing at the Palladium? You rascal, you.
Went to the dance. I mean,
Alone?
yes.
You went there alone?
With my girlfriend.
And did she nab somebody there, too?
Yes.
Yeah, it must be a pretty fertile field, that Palladium. Mr. Haley, who are you?
I'm her partner, the masseur.
Well, stop flexing your biceps and tell me, where you from, Dan?
From Watts, California.
From where?
Watts.
This sounds like Abbott and Costello, huh? Okay, I'll buy. Who's on third? Huh? Tell me, Minute Rub, what sort of clientele do you cater to at your fat rendering establishment? Huh?
We take care of lawyers, doctors, bankers, comedians, everything.
Well, thanks for the warning. You got all sorts of customers. That's a sort of a melting pot, huh?
That's right.
Suppose I staggered into your boneyard for a once-over lightly. Just what would you do to me?
Well, I'd build up your chest and put some muscle on in the right place and take off some of the back avoirdupois. Fix you up in general, condition you, give you massages and fix the bloodstream up and just overhaul your goods.
It may interest you to know that I have no blood. That stream dried up years ago. You ever argue with your customers, Dan?
No, sir.
How about you, Josephine DiMaggio? Do you ever have arguments playing softball?
Yes. I have arguments with the coaches and umpires.
Have you ever been chased to the showers by the umpire?
A couple of times.
Did he ever catch you?
No.
What kind of uniforms do you girls wear?
Satin.
Satin
Yes,
what?
we have blouses and long pants in the winter and shorts in the summer.
Well, I'll come down some hot night and watch you play. It's quite evident that the weather has a great deal to do with how you girls shape up. You know, you've almost convinced me girls are as good as men ball players. Now, let's have a little test. Pretend you've just belted the ball over the fence for a home run. Do you slide head first or feet first?
If I hit her over the wall, I'd walk home.
But I'll remember that when I take a soft girl ball player out. You know? Now, potholder, that's you, Mr. Hurley here. As a masseur. Well, as a masseur, could you do Charlotte any good?
Oh, sure. I could slim her down in the right places.
Well, maybe she doesn't want to go to the right places. How would you like that, Charlotte?
Let him try it.
Well, I'd like to see him try it, too. As a matter of fact, I'd like to be your assistant. Well, we're happy to have you two as our guests tonight. In return, we have some lovely gifts from our sponsor.
Lovely is right, Groucho. For Charlotte, this lovely sterling silver compact with 14-karat gold engraving, and Elgin American, of course.
Beautiful.
And for Mr. Dan Hurley, this Elgin American cigarette case with a rich green leather look.
Something to show off, eh, Mr. Hurley?
Yes, sir. Nice.
All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat the other two couples, you'll get a track at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George has gone off stage to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the motor vehicle man are ahead with $160.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Old ballads.
Barbershop ballads?
Barbershop ballads, that's right.
Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try? 5? Jerry Fielding plays. You name the song. Play, Jerry.
And the
Strawberry Blonde is right. You're off to a great start. They have $25. How much of your 25 will you risk?
15.
15? Is that all right with
That's
you?
all right
Which
with me.
one are you?
I'm her partner, Masood.
Oh. You're going to try $15. What is the name of this ballad?
Caroline.
Caroline Moon?
No.
Can't you hear me calling
That's
Caroline?
right. Can't you hear me calling Caroline? They're really on their way. They have $40. Here's your third question. How much of the 40 will you try?
20.
What's the title of this song?
You tell me your dream, I'll
tell me your
mine.
dream is right.
They now have $60.
Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You have $60, and how much will you try?
The whole thing.
The Works? Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry.
Sailing along. Moonlight Bay.
Moonlight Bay is on the nose.
And they wind up with a grand total of $120. And that means the housewife and the motor vehicle man with $160 get the chance at the $1,500 question. The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value. In exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the housewife and the motor vehicle man.
Well, back again to try for $1,500, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly. And please, no help from the audience. One of our great presidents was the only man to occupy the office of Secretary of State and Secretary of War at the same time. What was this president's name? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Roosevelt.
No, I'm sorry. It's James Monroe. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000.
But
For beating our other two couples, Groucho, they each receive the amazing new Apollo 16mm movie projector to show Hollywood sound movies and the moving pictures you take yourself.
And in addition, you receive those lovely gifts from Elgin American, and you won $160. That makes it a very profitable evening all around. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $2,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately?
Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute.
Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it.
Floors, doors, walls, halls, white sidewall tires, and old golf balls.
Sinks, stoves, bathtubs he'll do. He'll even help clean laundry too.
Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute.
Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it.
Can he clean a kitchen sink?
Quicker than a wink.
Can he clean a window sash?
Faster than a flash.
Can he clean a dirty mirror?
He'll make it bright and clear.
Can he clean a diamond ring?
Mr. Clean cleans anything.
Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute. Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris. Johnny presents The Milton Berle Show. Here comes Johnny, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny on the spot for Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris. Yes, they'd all. From Radio City in New York, Philip Morris presents The Milton Berle Show. With Bert Tilton, Jack Albertson, Arnold Stang, Mary Shipp, Arthur Q. Bryan, Jackson Beck, our singing star Dick Farney, the music of Ray Block and his orchestra, and yours truly, Frank Gallup. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we salute summer sports. The star of our show is no summer sport. Even in winter he's known as a cheapskate. And here he is, Milton Berle.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Gallup, calling me a cheapskate? Why, at some of the biggest nightclub parties, everybody knows I'm always the first one who picks up the check and hands it to Howard Hughes. Thank you. There's more checks picked up here tonight, but I'm glad, Mr. Gallup, that they dropped that investigation. All that muck and mire, there's still a lot of muck, but where's Maya? Still a lot of muck. Where's Maya? Are you sore because I won't let you sleep? What is it? I mean, they're still looking for Johnny
Yes,
Maya.
I know, but Berle, that's in the past. Today's papers are full of Bill Odom's round-the-world flight. He covered 20,000 miles.
I know. He must have trouble finding a bookie, too. I've New York police drive, Mr. Gallup, is murder. I don't know how far they chased my bookie. All I know is that yesterday when I phoned them, a voice at the other end said, deposit 10 rupees and go ahead, Sahib.
Oh, Burl, enough of your depressing drivel. Let's get on with our subject, summer sport.
Yes, Mr. Gallup, somehow I can't associate you with summer sports. I mean, summer's almost gone, and look at your complexion. The last time I saw a color like that was when somebody turned over a turtle. You really have a wonderful sun pail.
Oh, it's on these...
Time it.
Shall we try it again?
No, we won't.
It's on.
Why let it die again?
It's on these summer evenings that I let myself go.
Well, what happened?
Well...
Yes?
It's not the sort of thing one talks about on the air.
Oh, come on, Mr. Gallup. Tell me, what do you do?
Well, twice a week, Deems Taylor and I pick up a couple of piano teachers we know in front of Carnegie Hall, and it's yoicks away to the outdoor concert at Lewiston Stadium.
Yahoo! That's living.
It is gay.
Yes, it is gay. Yeah.
We all put on our Toscanini buttons, and off we go in the subway, singing snatches from Tristan and Isolde all the way to 145th Street.
How you must hate yourself in the morning. But, Mr. Gallup, what happens at the stadium?
Well, we get seats right down in front. Deems knows a man on downbeat.
No kidding. Big man.
Yes. During the intermission, Deems, that cut-up, he pokes a hole in the middle of his program and twirls it around on his nose.
And twirls it around on his clothes. We could go on like this for hours. We got better taste. And when the concert is over...
Oh, it's usually a mad rush. What? We have to get the girls back to Phil's Spitality before midnight.
What mad reveille. Mr. Gallup, you simply must take me along on an evening like that. You really must. Sometime after I'm dead. You are a roue.
All work and no play, you know.
Yes, I know. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
A man isn't made of wood.
You jumped. And, Yes, and now, ladies and gentlemen...
The girls said they were over 30.
That was the other one before that. All right, enough with that. Gee, and now, ladies and gentlemen...
Am I not flesh and blood?
Barely. Please, Mr. Gallup. And now, in tribute to the tanned, tough, and rugged summer athlete who plays hard but fair, smashing his way to victory, tonight we present our cavalcade of summer sport. Oh, no. Block, please. Just a fanfare. Good. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on to review the summer sports now being played the length and breadth of this land that is America. Yasha. Yeah, look. Will you take my word for it? Give up, Block. There will never be another Rubinoff. I don't like the tone of how you're not laughing. Leading off tonight in our sports cavalcade, we take you to Central Park, where the finals in the Metropolitan Horseshoe Pitching Contest is now underway. There, hidden by lush greenery and bushes, we find one of America's oldest sports taking place. Take it away, Central Park.
Oh, Mabel.
Oh, Marvin.
Excuse the technical difficulty. One of our microphones was misplaced. It's a big park, you know. We'll be back for the horseshoe match. We now take you to Lake George, where the national high diving champion, Stubby Higgins, is about to dive from the 200-foot board. Take it away, Lake George.
Thank you. We're stationed here directly beneath the 200-foot high board. Mr. Higgins has just reached the top. The lake is calm, smooth as glass. Mr. Higgins is testing the board. What a beautiful setting. There isn't a ripple on the water, smooth as glass. And there goes Mr. Higgins.
Well, what do you know? It was glass. And now, wait. I've just received word that they've switched the microphone to a different section of Central Park for the horseshoe match. Take it away, Central Park.
Mabel.
Marvin.
They must have a bicycle. I can't understand what's gone wrong with the horseshoe matches. Heaven knows how many ringers and leaners we're missing. Wait, let's wait. There's the signal. They're ready for us with the horseshoe match. Take it away, Central Park.
Oh, Mabel.
Oh, Marvin.
Oh!
Thank you, Charlie Farrell and Janet Gaynor. You were grand. Mr. Gallup, may I say that the summer sport we remember best is dancing. Dancing on a moonlit terrace with that one and only girl in your arms as you sang. Dancing in the dark till the tune ends. We're dancing in the dark, and it soon ends. We're waltzing in the wonder of why we're here. Dancing in the dark. Dancing in the dark with Cynthia. For years I danced in the dark with my Cynthia, and then one night someone snapped on the light and I saw her face. Ah! That's Cynthia! Cynthia, you showed up. No, that isn't Cynthia. I know my Cynthia. Cynthia was tall, stately, 6'4". What a picture we made dancing together, with her chin resting on the top of my head. Yes, dancing with my Cynthia in her backless evening gown. It was like holding a freshly plucked chicken. It was the little things I remember about Cynthia. The way she would snuggle up and whisper in my ear, "Look, Mac, you paid 10 cents to dance. Stop horsing around." The frisky way that she'd do the rumba. From the back, you'd swear it was a Bendix. In the middle of the dance, the way she'd laugh and toss her head. Her hair would fall down her back. I'd catch it just before it hit the floor. Remember those magical nights, Cynthia? We would dance cheek to cheek. I'd rub my stubble against yours. How I pleaded with you, Cynthia, to shave, but no, you wouldn't. You were afraid the other girls at the foundry would call you a sissy. But, Cynthia, the thing I remember best is the way you'd cling to your partner. You wouldn't let go until you lifted his wallet. But remember, darling, remember, as long as I get half of the take, we will face the music together, dancing in the dark. No applause. The listeners will think we have a studio audience. And now... How true. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a sport that has always been popular with outdoor fans is professional wrestling. We have with us tonight none other than the heavyweight champion of Bergen County, New Jersey, Stanislaus Strangler Wintersnitz. Ladies and gentlemen, Strangler Wintersnitz.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience.
Well, Strangler, what has been responsible for your success in the wrestling arena?
Strength, leverage, and brilliant strategy.
And if these don't work?
I carry a pair of brass knuckles in my belt.
Brass knuckles? Isn't that illegal?
In wrestling, we got a little motto. If you can't grab it, break it.
I see what you mean. Well, tell me, Strangler, haven't you a favorite hold?
Oh, yeah, I created it myself.
Yeah?
It's my own Wintersnitz double revolving butt.
Wintersnitz double revolving butt?
Yep.
Sounds terrifying. What are the details?
Well, I lie down in the center of the ring.
Yeah.
Then I lift my legs. My opponent then grabs me by the feet and drags me around and around the ring on my stomach.
Dragged around on your stomach? Well, that can't win you many wrestling matches.
I know, but it feels good.
Strangler, what was the most exciting experience that you ever had in the ring?
It was a free-for-all in Toledo.
It was a free-for-all in Toledo?
Yep.
A free-for-all match?
Correct. 15 westwards in the wing. The other 14 all weeped on me. There was a big pile with me at the bottom. I was being crushed.
Yeah, well, what did you do?
I walked around frantically.
Yeah.
And there in front of my face was a big fat leg.
A big fat leg?
Yep. I reached up and took a big juicy bite.
Did the pile move?
You're darn tootin', it was my own leg.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Strangler Winter Snitch, and say hello to Babe Dietrichson's husband when you see him in Denver. And now, ladies...
Wait, stop everything.
What happened?
I want to put Johnny on the spot. Tell me, Johnny, why is Philip Morris so much better to smoke?
Here's your answer, sir. It's because the Philip Morris smoker really gets what other smokers only hope to get.
Right, Johnny. Philip Morris is the one leading cigarette with an exclusive difference in manufacture. The only leading cigarette scientifically proved far less irritating to the nose and throat. Remember, less irritation means more enjoyment. That's why the Philip Morris smoker really gets what other smokers only hope to get. Better taste, finer flavor, perfect smoking pleasure.
Doesn't every smoker know that?
No, if every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. For perfect smoking pleasure, try a pack of Philip Morris today.
Is that the finish? Okay. That was Tico Tico, played by Ray Block and the Philip Morris Orchestra. And Ray, you've got a wonderful outfit there. Where'd you get it? At Barney's? And now to continue. That strangler got me upset. To continue our salute to summer sports, we now present...
Summer Sports Forum tonight. Summer Sports Forum tonight. The question, will ping-pong balls ever take the place of tapioca?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gallup. A great summer sport is camping. How about some tips on outdoor cooking?
Very well.
A listener writes in and asks, what's the best thing to put on barbecued ribs?
Unguentine.
Oh, that's nothing. Mr. Gallup, you're almost as sharp as your nose tonight. I'm only kidding. I think you have a very nice nose. I wish I had it. Must be great for opening letters. And now, let us not tarry with meaningless banter. Let's have questions from the audience. Let's begin with this gentleman here in the open-toed pants. Your question, please.
Mr. Burl, my favorite summer sport is rowing my wife across the lake.
You row your wife across the lake, and what is your question?
Well, where can I get a boat? My wife is getting waterlogged.
Thank you. Next question. This young man here, blowing up his beach ball. Young man, what is your name?
My name is Guy Lombardo.
Guy Lombardo?
Yeah, now don't confuse me with the one who's the speedboat racer.
Oh, no, I won't.
I'm a band leader.
You have a band?
Yeah, you know, the sweetest music this side of Canal Street.
Well, there's a real Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadian.
Oh, I know. We got an agreement. As long as I won't play in Canada,
yes,
he won't play in Bensonhurst.
All right, Guy. And you have a question?
A question? I got lots of questions.
Good. What is the
I'm always asking questions. That's the way I learn things.
I know.
I always say, if you don't know, ask. So I ask.
Well, then ask.
Ask what?
A question.
A question. What category do you want? Science, state capitals, movie stars?
No, look, I'm the...
What's the matter? You're too smart to ask a question?
I'm the one.
What, do you know it all or something?
I didn't...
You ain't got a question. Sit down. Next.
Stop this wrangling. Now, if you have a question, ask it.
Okay. Where's my $64?
Please, now relax. Who's next? Oh, yes, this young lady in the aisle boning a flounder. Young lady, what is your name?
Tallulah Feeney, I'm a homemaker.
I see. And you have a question concerning summer sports?
Yeah, how can I keep my husband from spending all his time horseback riding?
He rides his own horse?
Yeah, he got no saddle, so he has to ride bareback. You ought to see the calluses.
On your husband?
On the horse.
What a nag. My husband bought him from a brewery.
A brewery horse?
What trouble? He won't eat nothing unless it's got a head on it.
He rides the horse around the neighborhood?
Yeah, it's embarrassing. Neighbors is always looking up and yelling, "Hey, Feeney, you sure look swell on that horse."
What's so embarrassing about that?
Half the time he ain't even on it.
Oh, I see.
He can't afford a stable, so he got the horse sleeping with us.
Mrs. Feeney, the horse sleeps in your bed?
It's awful. My husband's up until 4 in the morning getting the horse ready for bed.
It takes that long?
He takes his shoes off.
Wait a minute. You take the horse's shoes off before he gets into bed?
Sure, what do you think we are, slobs or something?
No, I think that's very neat.
The way he goes up to the Bronx on that horse, it's amazing.
What's amazing about going up to the Bronx on a horse?
By subway?
He takes the horse on the subway?
Yeah, it's really beautiful the way they take the turnstile in one leap.
Gosh, it must be something.
How he loves that horse. Wednesday he took the horse to the movies to see the hucksters.
Wait a minute, that's ridiculous. A horse sitting in a seat at a movie to see the hucksters?
Why not? He was nuts about the book.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Feeney. Thank you very much. And now, to conclude our summer sports forum, let us all join in and sing a tribute to our nation's game, baseball. Oh, I come from Ebbets Field with a lump upon my head.
I seen the Dodgers lose a game, them bums they should drop dead.
Oh, you Dodgers, please try and stay ahead, 'cause the Cards are right behind you, so
you'd better get out the lead.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's our human South American singing star, Dick Barney, to sing the never-be-forgotten
Come to me, my melancholy baby. Cuddle up and don't be blue. All your fears are foolish fancy maybe. You know, dear, that I'm in love with you. Every cloud must have a silver lining. Wait until the sun shines through. Smile, my honey dear, while I kiss away each tear, or else I shall be melancholy too. Every cloud must have a silver lining. Wait until the sun shines through. Smile, my honey dear, while I kiss away each tear, or else I shall be melancholy too.
Oh, Dick, you won. What a voice. You know, when I was a kid, people kept urging me to do something with my pipes. Who wanted to become a plumber? Who wanted to become a plumber? Who wanted to... Oh, no. You know, Mr. Gallup, we discussed every summer sport, but we've completely ignored the one that's probably the most popular, the sport of kings, horse racing.
Let's continue to ignore, shall we?
No. No, we're not, because it just... You have a wonderful personality tonight, Mr. Gallup, really. I mean, really, regardless. Because we won't ignore it, because horse racing is very important, because it just so happens I had an experience at a track a few weeks ago. I was just leaving the house around noon, and my wife and I... Gosh, 12 o'clock. I'll be late for rehearsal for my radio show. Goodbye.
So long, Pop. Happy egg laying.
Junior.
Goodbye, Milton. Have a nice rehearsal. Oh, wait, this paper dropped out of your pocket.
Give it back to me.
A racing form. Milton, you're going to the track.
Give this lady a box of Snickers.
Quiet. Look, dear, I can explain.
Now take it slow and wait for your laugh.
This is very funny. Look, dear, I can explain everything. Look, Mr. Bellows, head of the advertising agency for my radio show, gave me $100 to take out to the racetrack and bet a horse called Dark Disaster. And I have to go.
Milton, I'm sick and tired of staying home. I'm going with you.
Hot dog, where's my binoculars? This is going to be fun.
Junior, don't get excited, because you're not going.
You're kidding.
No, Junior, you are not going.
Okay, stand back. Here it comes.
No, Junior, please.
Oh, come on,
no, Junior, Junior, please. Junior, please. Control yourself, please. There. Shut up. You drive me crazy. You drive me crazy. You go to the track with us. Now wipe the foam off your mouth and get ready. Come on, let's go. Boy, what a crowd. Junior, will you give that jockey back his cap, please? Where's the betting window?
Attention, please. The next race is the featured Suckertonian Handicap.
Oh, that's the race Dark Disaster's in. I'll go and bet Mr. Bellows' money. You wait here.
Milton, let me place the bet. I've always wanted the thrill of betting a whole $100.
Oh, okay. Here's the money. Go to the window.
Look, Pop, Dark Disaster is 40-1.
Gee, he'll pay Mr. Bellows $4,000.
Pardon me, friends. I can't believe my ears. Did I overhear someone say they was betting on that dog, Dark Disaster?
Yes, we're betting on
The
Dark.
horse ain't got a chance. Athlete's hoof.
Athlete's hoof?
They're just running him to help stamp down the track for the next race.
Listen, buddy, will you get lost, please? Dear, go to the window.
Milton, we can't bet a horse that has
It's
athlete's...
for Mr. Bellows. Go to the window.
The smart money's on Flying Hammerstein. The horse can't lose.
Milton, did you hear? Flying Hammerstein.
Go to the window.
It's fixed for Hammerstein. They got the horse so doped up he thinks he's a P-38.
Hello, will you please? Look, dear, go to the window.
Milton, we can't bet Dark Disaster.
But Mr. Bellows said
The horses are approaching the post. You have 2 minutes to place your bets.
Quick, darling, please, go to the window.
Milton, I'm betting on Hammerstein. You know how we loved Oklahoma.
Please, now. Mr. Bellows will ruin me. Go to the window.
Peanuts. Hot roasted peanuts.
Hey, Pop.
Oh, okay, Junior. The peanuts, one of those bags, quick.
Ain't got any. These are phonies. I'm a tout.
Will you go away, please?
Put your load on Hammerstein.
You see, Milton?
Go to the window.
Hammerstein's a cinch. They got a battery and 2 guys from Westinghouse under his saddle.
Oh, please, dear.
Milton, we can't throw away Mr. Bellows' money on Dark Disaster.
Go to the window.
Hammerstein can't lose.
Go to the window.
But Mr. Bellows will appreciate your changing his bet.
Go to the window.
I'm betting on Hammerstein.
Go. Give me the money. I'll make the bet.
No.
Go to the window.
The horses are at the post.
At the post. Mr. Bellows sent me here to bet Dark Disaster. I don't care who wins. Just bet Dark Disaster.
Well, all right, but Hammerstein...
Go to the window.
Well, no gambler's blood.
I'll be glad when this is over.
Hey, Pop, want to go dollar with me on Hammerstein?
Oh, quiet. Look, the race is starting.
The horses are ready. They're off.
Come on, Dark Disaster. Dark Disaster. Hello, dear. Did you get to the window on time?
Yes, I just had to bet on Hammerstein.
Good. Come on. No, you didn't.
At the quarter, it's Dark Disaster in front by 2 lengths. Gadfly is second by a neck. Hortense is third. Little Dana is fourth. Louston, Cranus, Lytel, and Hammerstein.
No.
Milton, which way are they running?
Away from Hammerstein. Come Come on, Hammerstein.
At the half, it's Dark Disaster in front by 6 lengths. Gadfly, Hortense, Little Dana, Trovo Paris, and Hammerstein.
I'm ruined. Come on, Hammerstein.
There in the stretch, here comes Disaster.
You're telling me?
Followed by Gadfly, Hortense, Little Dana, Trovo Paris, France, and Hammerstein.
Oh, hurry, Hammerstein, hurry.
Go to the window. No, Dr. Disaster can't win.
He did. It's Dark Disaster by 20 lengths, followed by... And Hammerstein.
Milton, stop staring at me.
Go to the window.
They all said Hammerstein.
Go to the window.
Just tell Mr. Bellows what happened.
Go to the window.
Milton, where are you going?
Go to the window. Well, there's only one place for me now. A desert island. Away from Mr. Bellows. Away from everybody. Nothing but palm trees, coconuts.
And Hammerstein.
Go to the window.
Philip Morris is the only leading cigarette scientifically proved far less irritating to the nose and throat. And remember, less irritation means more enjoyment. That's why the Philip Morris smoker really gets what other smokers only hope to get. Better taste, finer flavor, perfect smoking pleasure. Yes, it's true.
If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris. Made by Americans for Americans to suit American tastes. Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette.
Yes, if every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette.
Golly, what a wallop. He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Pacific Story. This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come. The National Broadcasting Company presents the second in a new series of programs dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This new broadcast series, another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air, will deal with a different aspect of the Pacific each week, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the Walter Hines Page School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Alaska, America's new frontier.
Say, Sergeant, what are those planes up there? Huh? Oh, those transports? Oh, yes. I've been seeing them go over every day. How long have you been up here in Alaska? Oh, my outfit just got in a week tomorrow. Uh-huh. They're carrying Lend-Lease material to Russia. Lend-Lease to... over Alaska? Alaska is not only the shortest way to Russia and China and Japan, but it's going to be one of the greatest places on Earth when this war's over.
sits on top of the world, a distant wilderness that has become a key to victory in the Pacific. Today, at last, its value is understood. Years before the American frontier was pushed to the Pacific, Russian traders and explorers invaded Alaska, set up trading posts, fortifications, settlements. From the Aleut name Alaksha, which means the Great Land, they named it Alaska. For years, they exploited the fur trade, and then, believing they had drained Alaska of its resources, lost interest in it. Then, one night in 1867, thousands of miles away in Washington, D.C., Secretary of State William H. Seward sat playing whist.
Well, there you are, Varney. 3 tricks for you and 7 for me.
Well, you're certainly lucky, Seward. Let's play another game.
You don't know when you've had enough. Your deal.
Yes, and this time the cards are really going to be shuffled.
Mr. Secretary? Yes, Howard.
There's a gentleman at the door. He says he's the Russian minister.
This time of night? It's almost midnight.
He says it's most urgent, sir.
Tell him I'll see him in the library.
Yes, sir. A Russian minister at this hour?
Yes, excuse me.
Well, I think I'll get along home, Seward.
No such thing. I've got to let you win at least one game. Stay right here. I'll be back in a moment.
I have just received word from the Tsar tonight, so I have hastened to you as Secretary of State.
The Tsar?
His Imperial Majesty has authorized the sale of Russian America to the United States for the sum of $7,200,000.
$7,200,000. Well, that's considerably higher than our last offer.
The Tsar declined the offer of the United States for $5 million at that time.
And now the price is $7,200,000.
I am authorized to sell for that price to the United States.
To the United States? Are other nations interested?
Well, that I am not in a position to know.
Mm-hmm. Halleck.
Yes, sir, Mr. Seward.
Give my regrets to Mr. Varney. Tell him we'll have to finish our game some other time. I'm going down to the State Department.
Yes, sir. To the State Department now?
Yes. We'll draw up the deed at once.
Seward's icebox.
Seward's folly. It's outrageous. $7,200,000 for an Arctic wilderness.
The Russians have been trying to get rid of that country for years.
Under the auspices of Mr. Seward, the United States has entered upon a colonial system. At a time when we are heavily loaded with debt, we are to pay more than $7 million in gold for a remote and barbarous region which, under ordinary human conditions, will never be largely peopled except by savages. The advantage of obtaining a large territory with a population of Eskimos is certainly not very striking, even with the added control of the fishing and fur trade.
Alaska became our largest possession, 1/5 the size of continental United States, 2,300 miles across and 1,400 miles north and south. Put the map of Alaska on top of the map of the United States, and Point Barrow is at Duluth. The southeastern point touches the Atlantic coastline in Georgia, and the Aleutian Islands reach to Los Angeles. Not just a frozen tundra, but a land containing 385,000 square miles of forest, 65,000 square miles of land suitable to agriculture, 35,000 square miles of grazing land, a land in which vegetables flourish and flowers and berries grow profusely, a land of untold wealth and resources. Since 1867, Alaska has paid for itself 1,000 times with its economic trinity of fur, gold, and fish. In season, the Pribilof Islands are covered with seals. Say, mister, do you know how many seals there are in that herd?
Oh, 2. I've been in the fur trade up here 40 years. There's over 2 million seals in that herd.
2 million seals?
There's lots of other fur animals up here, too. Mink and silver fox, marten, land otter, and beaver and fitch. More than 500,000 pelts are taken every year.
Well, what would you say is the value of the furs taken out of Alaska?
Well, since we bought Alaska from Russia, $100 million worth of furs have been taken out.
$100 million worth of furs. And gold. The gold taken out of Alaska far exceeds the gold taken from any other place on Earth. Gold has been mined continuously in Alaska since it was discovered in 1898.
Yes, first we found it in the Yukon. Next year we found it on the beach at Nome. All you had to do was wash it out of the sand.
Well, how much gold would you say has been taken out of Alaska?
$600 million worth. And there's as much still left here as has been taken out. And that isn't all. $200 million worth of other minerals have been mined here. Copper, silver, iron, and platinum.
$800 million worth of minerals. And the waters off Alaska are one of the world's richest fishing areas.
Okay, let's get in there. All right, all of it. All.
In recent years, 2/3 of the world's supply of salmon has come from Alaska. Mr. Statistician, what's the value of the fish taken out of these waters?
Value of the fish from Alaskan waters? Well, since 1900, we've taken out more than $1 billion worth.
Today, Alaska's value to the United States is counted not only in fish, gold, and furs. Today, its chief value is strategic. Japan understood this long before we did. In 1922, Japan induced the United States not to fortify the Aleutians, and this was written into the Naval Limitations Treaty. And in the ensuing years...
Gentlemen, you congressmen are far from the realities that we face in Alaska. Well, to you, Alaska is just a distant wilderness. But let me warn you, and let it be a matter of record here and now, that Japan's ambitions are not illusory. If we are to defend Alaska against Japan, we must have highways. We must have planes, soldiers, and ships. Thank you.
I sympathize deeply with the apprehension of the delegate from Alaska, but it is evident that he is so close to the problem that he cannot see the wood for the trees. Now, we have heard the testimony of experts here in committee that Alaska is both indefensible and valueless from a military point of view.
But no position is valueless if it overlooks the enemy's rampart.
On what grounds does the delegate from Alaska speak of the enemy? We're at peace with Japan, and God willing, we'll remain so. It is my opinion that in order not to disturb or alarm Japan, that we should not fortify any part of continental Alaska.
Meantime, Japanese fishermen with spy glasses, Japanese tourists with cameras, Japanese cannery workers with hidden radios were fascinating themselves with the enchanting scenery of Alaska, its thousands of inlets, and its chain of Aleutian islands. In 1935, General Billy Mitchell told the Congressional Committee,
Alaska is the most central place in the world for aircraft. Whoever holds Alaska will hold the world. It is the most important and strategic place in the world.
But this was an age of international amity and goodwill, and the prophets cried alone in the wilderness. As late as 1939, when the world situation was critical, and in a matter of months, Hitler was to march on Poland. As late as 1939...
Here's a story that ought to be good for page 1.
What is it?
Yeah, this came in on the teletype.
Oh, on that Japanese goodwill flight from Tokyo to Washington,
That's right. Did you look it over?
Yeah. To promote international fellowship.
Washington's granted them permission to send ahead welcoming parties to the Aleutians to wave at the goodwill plane as it passes.
That's fixing it up fancy for them.
Yeah, sort of cheer the Jap flyers on as they carry greetings from their Mikado to the president.
Well, okay, shoot it on page 1. I wonder what those welcoming parties are going to be doing.
Hey, did you see this? Jap warships have landed those welcoming parties of Japanese all along the Aleutians.
That Tokyo to Washington goodwill flight's been postponed again. When are they going to get started?
Well, those Jap welcoming parties have been waiting all summer on those Aleutian Islands for that goodwill flight to come by. Here it is postponed again.
Here's a story from the Aleutians. Says that these Japanese welcoming parties are passing away the time walking and fishing.
Here's a story from Tokyo. Says the Japs have decided to call off that goodwill flight to Washington. They're sending out a warship to pick up their welcoming parties from the Aleutian Islands.
That was in 1939. The significance of this event was not as clear then as it is today. It has now become clear to military experts that,
in all likelihood, the flight was projected to test a bombing route to the United States. The welcoming parties took pictures and took soundings. Today, we know that Japanese fishermen have explored every harbor of Alaska and have landed at one time or another
on every atoll in the Aleutians. Through their soundings and surveys, they possess a better understanding of Alaska and the Aleutians than we do.
Yes, Japan understood Alaska's value long before we did. Saw that Alaska was the strategic center between Japan, Russia, the Pacific Ocean, the United States, Canada, and the Arctic Ocean. Japan saw that what Gibraltar was to Great Britain in the last century, Alaska could be to the United States in this century. By the time the Tokyo to Washington Goodwill flight was called off, the distant throbbing of the war drums had become a deafening roar. The United States rushed to fortify Alaska.
Here, what's that they're unloading there?
Concrete out of this ship and steel out of that one there.
It looks like they mean business.
Well, it's about time. I haven't seen this many ships here in the harbor since the gold rush.
It's more than I ever seen.
Yes, the government's spending $4 million on the air base at Fairbanks. And pretty soon you're going to be seeing so.
The handwriting on the wall was becoming clear, and it was late, very late. Until this time in 1939, the United States had less than 300 troops in Alaska. Now, machinery and materials and men were pouring into Alaska. The Naval Air Base at Sitka was undertaken at a cost of $3 million. The base on Kodiak was undertaken at a cost of $9 million. Millions for defense beyond the dreams of the most ardent Alaskan. And this was only a beginning. When the Nazi juggernaut crushed Europe and Japan moved south into Indochina, suddenly Washington became aware that Alaska was not an indefensible outpost, but the front door to North America.
We've got to fortify Alaska.
We've got to fortify Alaska.
Say, did you hear on the radio? $100 million has been appropriated for the defense of Alaska.
I propose that we boost the appropriation to fortify Alaska from $100 million to $150 million.
See this? Congress has appropriated $300 million to fortify Alaska. And if that isn't enough, I say appropriate more.
Ships steamed into Alaskan harbors with valuable cargoes. Airplanes brought skilled technicians and critical material. But this was not enough. To supply this strategic military base, Alaska needed a Burma road. 1,600 miles of road through virgin mountain and forest and muskeg. By this time, Japan had struck the United States with sledgehammer blows. Suddenly, in March 1942, the long-pending plan for an Alaskan highway was endorsed. On the day the decision was reached, a trainload of Army engineers started for the North Country. Engineering regiments, some of them all Negro units, plunged into the stupendous task, the race for Alaska.
All right, get on it. Drag it on.
Virgin forests of spruce, birch, and poplar, an ugly trail was cut, raising the giants to their stumps. The trees fell like 10 pins before the blazing crews of the Army. Then came the civilian construction crews with bulldozers.
Look at that monster root out those stumps. Ah, that's a powerful caterpillar. Stronger than a snowplow. Like an irresistible bruiser. Just pushes those stumps out by the roots. Look at that. And look at that. Pushes aside that boulder as if it's a pebble.
Stand back. Here comes another. Stand back.
How's the grading going?
It's pretty rough going, but this is a ticket. Grading with a bulldozer. We're keeping right up with the Army. As fast as they clear the way, we make the road.
Close behind the bulldozers came the ditching machines, gouging deep drainage ditches alongside the road. Through forests, the workers hewed their way. Across tundra and muskeg swamps.
Hey, is it true that automobiles and horses sink out of sight in this muskeg swamp?
Yes, in summer even the deer will sink into it. But in winter, when it's frozen, you can drive a truck over it.
You think this corduroy road we're putting over it is going to be strong enough to hold a convoy of Army trucks?
Well, we've avoided most of the deeper muskeg, and we can drain the shallow muskeg down to a solid foundation.
Through summer heat, from dawn to dark, thousands of men, sweating and struggling, racing to establish a lifeline to Alaska. On October 29th, a little more than 6 months after the project was started,
This kind of thrills me.
It ought to. This is a day for you to remember.
October 29th, 1942. Hey, listen to those guys yell alongside the road.
They got something to be excited about. They built this highway.
We got something to be excited about, too. We're in the first convoy of Army trucks to drive over it.
...1,671 miles from Dawson Creek near Edmonton, Alberta, to Fairbanks, Alaska. Through forests, over mountains, across muskeg swamps. Army trucks carrying supplies overland to Alaska, to the revelation of a new frontier.
Well, this is it. End of the line.
Yeah, this is where we get off. Cut the motor.
Okay. Oh, brother, look at that runway.
Hey.
Must be a mile long. And in Alaska.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you guys. What kind of a trip did you have?
Well, pretty rugged, but we sailed right through.
That's right. Boy, this air base gets me. Look at the size of that runway.
Yeah, we built it in record time. Built it right over a muskeg swamp. So this is Alaska, huh? Yeah, where's the snow?
Oh, we get less snow in this part of Alaska than they get in Virginia. In summer, the temperature here goes up to 90, sometimes up to 100.
Hey, no
That's
kidding.
Right. Yeah. Hey, what are those over there, Eskimos?
Huh? Oh, yes, they're refugees brought in from Atka. That's an island in the Aleutians.
Oh, look at them watch those planes over there.
Well, that looks like a whole squadron of bombers. That's what it is. They'll be taking off in a minute.
You mean those planes are going out on a bombing mission?
You're in the war zone here, soldier. You're practically looking down Japanese gun barrels right now. This is the only fighting front on American soil. Right here. Well, where are they going? You guess.
There they go.
In a few hours, they'll be dumping their eggs where it'll do the most good.
Gosh, it makes you realize how close we are to those Japs.
They're right in our front yard.
As the bombers fly, the United States is within 1 day's flying range of Asia, and vice versa. From recently conquered Attu, Tokyo is only 2,000 miles, and the Japanese air and naval base at Paramoshiri is only 700 miles. Strategic Alaska. By air over the Great Circle route, the shortest route from almost anywhere in North America to anywhere in Asia is over Alaska. Toronto, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. are nearer to Moscow over Alaska than to Buenos Aires. Over this route, the northern claw of the great pincers can clamp down upon Japan. And when the war in the Pacific is resolved, this route will make Alaska, with its wealth of resources, one of the most important places on Earth.
I've been keeping my eyes open since I've been up here. That's why I want to know. You've been here in Alaska a long time, haven't you?
All my life. I was born here.
I'm looking to the future, and that's why I want to know.
You plan to stay here after the war when you're discharged from the Army?
If all they say about this country's true.
Well, son, until the war, we were cut off from the rest of the world. We only had one railway, 471 miles from Seward to Fairbanks. It used to take 28 days to travel from Seward to Fairbanks by dog team. Today, it takes 2 hours by plane. Air transportation has knit all of Alaska together, and we're perhaps the fastest growing place on Earth.
What about the possibilities here in the future?
We have the possibilities of becoming a Sweden or a Finland. Our latitude, climate, and natural resources are similar to theirs, and our population potential is even greater. Until the war, we had a population here of less than 80,000. We know now that Alaska is capable of supporting a population of 10 million, and perhaps more.
Alaska, America's new frontier, bids well to play an ever-increasing role in the war in the Pacific and in the great Pacific era that lies ahead. Just what this will mean to us and to all the Pacific Basin. To present a proper perspective on the meaning of this, the National Broadcasting Company presents Owen Lattimore, Director of the School of International Relations at Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
There are many thousand young Americans in Alaska today
who had never dreamed that they would ever go to Alaska. Still less had it entered their heads that they would someday be serving in the fighting forces in Alaska to free American soil of Japanese invaders. It is safe to say that many of these American servicemen thought that Alaska would turn out to be nothing but an Arctic wilderness, and that practically none of them knew beforehand what Alaska is really like. This American ignorance of Alaska is important for all of us. It matters a lot if someone you know, perhaps your son or brother or husband, serving in Alaska, seems to you to be far away in a desolate and forbidding land. It makes you feel lonely and out of touch. But it's different if you think of him as serving on a part of America's own frontier, territory that is as American as Maine, and that forms part of America's vigorous and hopeful future. One lesson to learn from Alaska is that there are American territories which Americans need to know more about, just as we need to know more about what we have in common with the countries that are our allies, and more about what produced fascism at home and aggression abroad in the countries that are our enemies. There is one thing that you will be especially glad to know about the Alaska of today. I have been talking in the last few days with a man who has been covering a lot of ground in Alaska and all the way out to the Aleutians. He couldn't tell me, of course, how many American fighting men are out there. That's a military secret. But he did tell me something about the way they feel. The very idea that Japanese are established on American soil on Kiska fills them with fury. They don't think of Alaska just as the base from which they are going out to push the Japs off Kiska. They are much more aware than most Americans are that they are fighting on the one front in this world war which is on American soil. They think all the time about the fact that Tokyo is only 2,000 miles away and Attu only 700 miles from Japan's air and naval base at Paramushiru Island, just off the tip of Kamchatka. They want to do something about it, and the days when the fog is too thick and soupy for bombers to fly makes them feel frustrated and impatient. Even we armchair strategists who stay at home and look at maps instead of frontline battle plans can see how important, strategically, Alaska is. What it comes to is this: the shortest way from anywhere in North America to anywhere in Asia is over the top of the world, and Alaska is our front porch with a view over the top of the world. Alaska used to be isolated from the rest of America and the rest of the world. Any place inside of Alaska used to be isolated from any other place. A few years ago, it took 28 days to travel from Fairbanks to Nome by dog team. Suddenly, air transportation has knit the huge territory together. Even very small towns are connected with what Alaskans call the outside by daily plane service. Even cows and horses get to be flown around by air. The easiness and the everydayness of air transportation are already leading to a phenomenal growth in population and development of resources. Personally, this impresses me very much because it is so much like China. I once traveled 4 months by camel caravan to reach a part of China that you can now reach in a few hours by plane. There are millions of people in China who have never seen a train but are quite familiar with the sight of an airplane. Alaska's importance in the regrouping of the world which is bound to take place after the war is as great as Alaska's importance in the war. The Alcan Highway, by which you can go from America through Canada to Alaska, is part of our national investment in the future. But we and the Canadians must not run away with the idea that we are the only progressive, forward-looking people. By the speed with which we put through the Alcan Highway, we showed what we can do. But in terms of what has already been done, the Russians are ahead of us. In the overall development of the Arctic and the subarctic, the Canadians are a good deal ahead of us, and the Russians are ahead of the Canadians. We can come back to that in the next program, which will be about Siberia. In the meantime, let's consider Alaska as the junction between the mainland of America and the mainland of Asia. Not long ago, Vice President Wallace brought up the idea in a very vivid way. He was describing a conversation with Foreign Commissar Molotov when Mr. Molotov was in Washington holding conferences with other United Nations leaders. The Vice President told Mr. Molotov that he had a vision of a future in which there would be a true world highway system starting down at the southern tip of South America. It would reach up into Central America and Mexico, then into the United States, Canada, and Alaska. There would be a ferry at the Bering Straits between Alaska and Siberia, only about 50 miles. Except for this, a man would be able to drive all the way in his own car from the Straits of Magellan to Siberia. And when he got to Siberia, he would be at the taproot of another branching system of highways, either going straight on through Siberia into Western Europe or turning south and southwest for China, India, the Near East, and Africa. That would be a true world system. And according to the Vice President, Mr. Molotov's first reaction was, no one nation can do it by itself. Then he said, you and I will live to see the day. In this conversation, we have the foretaste of a new future, when it will be natural, convenient, and quick to go to Europe across the Pacific, or around the top of the Pacific, and through Asia. And you will be able to choose whether you prefer to buy a plane ticket or drive your own car. That will be a new and exciting chapter in the Pacific story.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have just heard the second program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the third will be broadcast. Siberia, America's nearest Asiatic neighbor, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, director of the Walter Hines Page School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story, which gives background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent for you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California.
To build the plants where DuPont's better things for better living are produced, DuPont engineers use all kinds of construction materials: stainless steels, copper alloys, lead, rubber, and plastics, to name just a few. The requirements of the chemical industry are so exacting that all these materials must meet certain standards of quality. These standards have been set by the American Society for Testing Materials, one of the important technical associations in which DuPont men are active members. Membership in societies such as these does much to broaden the knowledge of the engineers, scientists, and other technical people who bring you the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Ports of call. Beyond blue horizons, far at the world's end, strange, fascinating lands beckon us, bid us revel in their exotic splendors. Come with us as we head for ports of call. By the magic of imagination, we take you now to the American land of the midnight sun, up above 5440, where gargantuan mountains cast their austere shadows over the gently lapping waters of inlets and coves, which jealously vie with the beauty of Norway's fjords, where giant icebergs are dwarfed to insignificance by the majesty of their mother glaciers, where the spell of the Yukon and the Trail of Gold transformed men into animals, where the tenderfoot fell by the wayside to watch his stronger brother plunge on to success and fortune. This is the land of paradoxes. This is our port of call. This is Alaska. It is the year 1741. Catherine, Empress of all the Russias, sits upon the throne of her murdered husband. Before her stands a strange, hard-visaged assortment of men. A grizzled Cossack, a Danish sea captain, a Russian navigator, a German naturalist.
I know the Tsar no longer lives. What matters that? Why has nothing been done about this exploration which he commanded? Well, Captain Bering?
Your Majesty, something has been done.
Well?
We have decided it is a useless and foolhardy expedition.
You have decided. And by whom were you empowered to make such a decision? Why have you made it?
After all, Your Majesty, we have nothing but the word of Gwastev, this Cossack and his companions. They tell us they sighted birds, that strange driftwood appeared on the beach of northern Siberia.
Enough. I command you, Captain Vitus Bering, to set sail immediately, as soon as the party can be fitted out and the boat prepared. No, 2 boats. And you, Captain Jericho, you shall command the second one. You, Dr. Stella, are to accompany Captain Bering. Your services as a physician may be needed. Now, are my commands clear? Is there the slightest possibility that you will assume the right to make further decisions?
No, Your Imperial Majesty. We shall proceed to the coast of northeastern Siberia at once and set sail from there to the east. And may heaven help us.
After prolonged, raging storms, during which the 2 ships became hopelessly separated, a ravishing tragedy had struck Bering's crew, scurvy. On the 18th of July, 1741, with most of the crew dead or dying, the cry which sent thrills of hope racing through the tormented bodies rang out.
Land! Land!
Captain Vitus Bering, himself laid low by the disease, was carried on a cot to the deck to view for the first time by any white man the gorgeous and impelling glory of a craggy, jagged, snow-hoary peak, 18,000 feet high. Raising himself weakly upon one elbow, he cried,
Elias! Elias! Now we know what courage thou wert given when thou didst seek refuge in the mountain, and the Lord did appear unto you. Elias, this is thy mountain, Mount St. Elias.
A few days after his discovery, Vitus Bering's ship foundered. He, with the other stricken members of his ill-fated crew, was carried to the shore of this new land, placed in a makeshift hut. Dr. Wilhelm Steller, absent for some time on a reconnoitering expedition for medicinal herbs, returns to the crude shelter.
I have discovered several valuable herbs, Captain Bill.
Oh, it is no use, Doctor. No use. I am going. Save the herbs for the other men. What is that you have in your hand?
The skin of a sea otter, Captain.
A sea otter. Russia loves furs. The Empress loves furs. Take it back to her. Take it to her as my gift from her new empire. You see this little blue flower I hold in my hand, Doctor?
Yes, Captain. Forget-me-not.
I plucked it as they carried me ashore. Press it. Take it also back to our Empress. Tell her it is a symbol of my love for her and for Russia.
A few days later, Vitus Bering died, was laid to rest upon the desolate shore of the land which he had discovered. Alaska had been claimed for Catherine and for Russia.
Thus was Alaska discovered. Thus, through the lowly token of that successful but tragic expedition, the crudely tanned skin of a sea otter, other Russians were enticed to this new country, and a reign of terror was begun. Under the heartless leadership of Baranov, natives were scourged into submission, lashed into slavery to provide their white, bearded masters with furs. A capital was established on the coast, called Sitka. The miraculous beauties of the Alaskan coast, the crags of mountains, the iridescent blue-green of Malaspina Glacier, the sublime majesty of tall timber, the jade green of the Pacific in each tiny cove, none of these held any lure for the Slavic conquerors. Their goal was fortune, and they found it in the intrinsic value of furs, sea otter, seal, fox, wolverine, mink, bear. But the watchful eyes of Polaris, the North Star, saw a far different destiny for Alaska. During the Crimean War, Russia, fearful that this valuable virgin land might fall into the hands of Great Britain, offered to sell to the United States. The one man in the entire United States whose vision was capable of evaluating the acquisition of the vast territory, and whose office as Secretary of State placed him in a position to promote the purchase, was William H. Seward. The rest of the country, for the most part, was bitterly opposed. Newspapers said,
99 100ths of the territory is absolutely worthless.
What can the United States do with 370 million acres of iceberg?
Worthless. Nothing but Seward's icebox.
But Seward worked diligently and relentlessly. And finally, in 1867, Congress approved the treaty with Russia, and President Johnson proclaimed it on June 20th, ratifying the purchase of the territory for the price of $7,200,000. And it was named by Seward Alaska, meaning Great Land. On October 18th of the same year, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, for the first time, the stars and stripes fluttered over Alaska, and Seward's icebox became an American territory. But in the great public mind, the word Alaska remained for 30 years synonymous with polar bears, vast sweeps of glacial waste, a bleak, snow-laden country uninhabitable by white men until
the summer of 1896,
when George W. Carmack, prospecting along a small stream in the Klondike region, made the discovery which startled the civilized world: gold. Native villages became thriving, boisterous cities. Caribou trails were beaten into veritable highways under the heavy tread of thousands of men and women. The ribald laughter born of the spirit of adventure and the lure of untold wealth rang through new, garish dance halls. Tenderfeet, the pitiful Chichacos, fought side by side with the more robust. And the cry on every tongue was, gold, gold, gold! Just one instance of the mob psychology which ruled the thrilling, hazardous days of '98 is found in the story of Skagway. An itinerant miner, bringing news to Daya of a far easier and shorter route over the mountains than the steep Chilkoot, impelled 15,000 persons to abandon the town, stampede pell-mell for Skagway and the White Pass. Among them was the most famous woman of all of Alaska's hectic history, a young widow, Mrs. Harriet Pullen, with 3 small boys and $7.
There now, boys. You go to sleep, all 3 of you. Mother's got a lot of work to do yet tonight. Go to sleep. Oh, why, I didn't know anyone was in here. Hello, Mr. Reed. How are you?
Oh, fair to middling, Mrs. Pullen. I came over to buy 6 more of those fine drinking glasses of yours.
You folks must break a lot of them at your place.
Nope, we just seem to lose them.
Well, here you are. 6 of them. And that'll be $12. $2 apiece.
And cheap at half the price. You know, I can't figure out where in heck you'd get these. I ain't seen glasses like these anywhere else. They look like beer bottles.
I'll tell you a secret. They are beer bottles.
What?
Yeah, I make them myself out of old beer bottles. Soapy Smith gives them to me from his saloon.
But how in the world?
Well, now, that'd be telling. Say, by the way, while you're here, I want to ask you something, Mr. Reed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the folks in Skagway would buy apple pies?
Would buy them? Well, I should say they would.
That's what I thought. Now, here, you just taste this.
Apple pie?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I swan.
Oh, great Godfrey, this is good. It's made from fresh apples. Where'd you get them?
Oh, no. They're dried apples, all right. I just found out last night how to fix them so they taste fresh.
Say, Harriet Pullen, you found something here. Why, they'll snap these up like hotcakes. Why don't you bake a lot of them tonight, and I'll pass the word around that they'll be ready tomorrow morning.
Well, Frank Reed, that's just what I'm going to do. So you get out of here now and leave me be. I've got to get to work.
I don't suppose you could spare them?
No. Oh, no, now, boys. If you like them so well, I'll bake some more tonight, and you can have them tomorrow morning.
But I'm going over the pass tomorrow morning.
Well, then I'll have one waiting for you when you get back. Oh, I didn't see you were standing there, Soapy Smith.
Sorry if I startled your Mother Pullum. Fact is, I've come over to talk business with you.
Yes? Well?
You know, the more stuff you sell at your place here, the more business I lose at my establishment.
Your gambling house, you mean?
Well, no,
What do you expect I should do about it, Soapy?
Well, I want you to keep on making your pies, but let me sell them for you at my place. On commission, of course.
What? Oh, why, Soapy?
Well, I thought there'd be no harm in asking. Sorry you won't take me up on my offer.
Oh, I'll get along all right. I wonder what he's up to.
What'd you say, Soapy? Will she do it?
No, she's going to keep on selling them herself.
Just like I thought. Well, me and Fatty and the kid will take care of her tonight. We'll fix her and her pies.
No, you won't, Yank. You won't touch her nor her pies.
Huh? What do you mean?
Just what I said. I don't mind roughing it up a bit with the gentlemen who come into my information bureau. They're leaving them of their spare cash. But we'll leave women alone. Is that understood?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
And if anyone else harms Harriet Pullen or her pies, I'll hold you responsible. Well, here we are at the place. Come on in. I'll stake you to dinner.
Oh, hello, Soapy.
Hello, Jim.
Good boy.
Hiya, Soapy.
Hello, Jake.
Hello, Soapy. Well, if it isn't Parson Hickey himself. Strange to see you here in this den of iniquity, Parson, at this time of night.
Yes, but I knew I'd be able to reach you here.
Oh, you wanted to see me?
Soapy, the Union Church wants to buy an organ.
Oh, good idea.
There's an organ in Juneau that we can get. We have the money to buy it, but we need some more to ship it up here.
Oh, how much do you need?
$500.
Oh, easy. Here's $1,000.
$1,000?
Sure, buy a bench and some hymnals, too. Oh, by the way, how much have you got in your fund altogether, Parson?
Well, with this, we'll have $3,500. Now, this is mighty generous of you, Soapy. The congregation will certainly hear of this.
Oh, don't mention it, Parson. Don't mention it.
Thank you very much, Soapy. Smith, you'll be rewarded for this.
And thank you, Parson, and all your congregation. Hank.
Yeah?
Come here. Can you get under the flaps of the tent over at the Union Church?
Sure I can.
There'll be $3,500 over there tonight. Go and get it.
Infuriated by the theft of the money, the citizens of Skagway formed a vigilance committee to determine upon a course of action. They assembled in the shed at the end of the pier. Frank Reed, stalwart, courageous engineer, was assigned the task of guarding the one entrance. While the meeting was in progress, one of Smith's henchmen ran breathlessly into the dance hall.
Soapy.
Yeah? Where is it, Yank?
Listen, Soapy. They're holding a meeting down at the dock.
Huh? What about?
About you.
Huh?
Yeah, they're sore about that money I took. They think you done it.
Oh, they think I did it, huh? And they're holding a meeting to talk about me, are they? Well, I'll soon end that.
Yo, what are you going to do, Soapy?
I'll show them who's running this town. Give him a gun.
Soapy, don't go down there. Frank Reed's standing at the door, and he's a dead shot.
Oh, he is he? Ah, I'm not so bad myself. Get out of my way. I'm going to put a stop to that meeting right now. Holding a meeting. I'll end this.
Who's there?
It's me, Frank. Soapy Smith.
Don't come one step closer, Soapy. I'll shoot you down if you do.
We'll see about that.
Oh, No! Frank! What's happened here?
Frank Reed, what's the trouble?
It's all right, Parson. You don't have to hold your meeting now. I just shot Soapy Smith.
Over the resting place of Soapy Smith, there stands the inscription,
Jefferson R. Smith, died July 18, 1898, aged 38 years.
And over Reed's grave,
Frank H. Reed, died July 20, 1898. He gave his life for the honor of Skagway.
Thus, the black reign of gangster Soapy Smith ended, his henchmen fleeing to the hills like jackrabbits, some to escape, others to be recaptured and imprisoned. Now, as we come down the years to modern Skagway, we visit Harriet Pullen once more. This time, not in the dingy tent house of 98, but in her spacious and inviting hotel, Pullen House, the most noted hostelry in Alaska. Mrs. Pullen takes us into the wide room just off the lobby, and she says to us,
Yes. In here, I've got all of Soapy Smith's gambling outfits. There's his roulette wheel, and there's his solid oak card table. That is, his victims thought it was solid, but it wasn't. Look here. He had a slip right here where he could take out an ace any time he thought he needed it. And here's his gun, the same gun he used to shoot Frank Reed. Soapy never got my pies, but I got his gun.
I should say you did. Well, Mrs. Pullen, many thanks for your hospitality and your thrilling story.
You folks are going up over the White Pass and Yukon Railroad, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
Well, it's a beautiful trip. Enjoy yourselves. And don't forget to come back someday.
We won't forget, Mother Pullen, Mother of the North, and we'll never forget you and your wonderful pies. We go into the center of Skagway, climb aboard the ultra-modern railroad coach, and we're off for the Yukon. Up, up, up we go, across the Skagway River. The treetops drop below as we climb, across yawning canyons, hugging grim walls of rock, roaring across spidery steel cantilever bridges. Look, away down below there, right in the bottom of that chasm, those few tumble-down shacks are all that remain of White Pass City, the first stopping-off place in the gold rush days. As we look down now from the comfort of our railroad coach, is it a far stretch of the imagination to see a party of prospectors trudging up over the snow-blanketed pass?
How are you making out, youngster?
Not so good. I don't know whether I can make it or not.
Sure you can make it. We'll all get there if I have to carry the whole shebang.
No, it's no use, partner.
Here, Steve.
I can't go on.
Give me a hand with the kid. We'll get him up there. At least the dead horse goes.
But no, you can't carry me. I won't let you. I won't let you carry me.
Such scenes were being enacted every day during the gold rush. Yes, even upon that day in 1900, when the plant wizard of Alaska, Dr. C.C. Georgeson, was appearing before the House of Representatives Agricultural Committee.
Dr. Georgeson, I know why you're here, but it's useless. Your appropriation for the development of agriculture in Alaska is $12,000 a year. And you can't get another penny.
That's right. They won't ask you for another dollar. All they want now is the chance to tell you the truth about Alaska.
We won't give you any time for that. We already know all about Alaska.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Kansas has the floor.
You may know all about Alaska, but I don't. Perhaps there are others here who would also like to hear what Dr. Jorgensen has to say.
Well, all right. Just 5 minutes, Doctor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, gentlemen, you believe that nothing will grow in Alaska. Well, I believed it, too, before I went up there 2 years ago in 98. Gentlemen, this is the country I found. I found wild raspberries ripening from the southern boundary to the Yukon. I found wild strawberries sweetening in the shadows of glaciers beyond the Copper River. Wild currants ripening under the midnight sun 100 miles above the Arctic Circle. I found 22 different kinds of native grass, 16 varieties of wild berries, 276 different species of wild flowers. Gentlemen, I'm not asking you for 1 penny more. I'm letting Alaska plead for herself.
Need we add that Dr. Georgeson obtained his increase in appropriation, and largely due to his fine work, his unswerving faith in his beloved Alaska, the visitor today finds the amazing realities of
oat fields and sheep at Kodiak,
wheat fields at Fairbanks, the earliest maturing barley in the world,
rutabagas weighing 14.5 pounds each,
strawberries grown within the Arctic Circle, 8 of which fill a quart basket, luscious apples,
heads of lettuce weighing 3.5 pounds,
heads of cabbage weighing 15 to 30 pounds.
And they told me nothing would grow in Alaska.
But oh, there's so much to see, so much to do in Alaska. How can we possibly cover all of its wonders before our boat sails for home? We haven't seen Nome nor Cordova. We haven't taken the motor trip from Fairbanks to Valdez. We haven't visited the Aleutian Islands, nor sailed Raoul Amundsen's route through the Northwest Passage, nor gazed upon old Mount Katmai, whose terrific eruption in 1912 shook men from their horses 400 miles away, scattered volcanic dust 900 miles away, spewed ashes which buried an area as large as the state of Connecticut. No, we haven't seen 1/10 of what we want to see, but time goes on and our ship awaits to take us to Juneau. Here, the deafening, pounding roar of the world-famous Treadwell gold ore stamping mill greets us as we sail up Gastineau Channel toward the present capital city. Here, French Pete discovered gold across the channel on Douglas Island, later selling his claim to John Treadwell for $505 to pay a pressing bill. This is the mine which has produced more gold than any other in the world, save one, in Africa. $67 million in gold is Treadwell's contribution to the world's wealth, more than 8 times as much as the United States paid for the entire territory. Working night and day in 3 8-hour shifts, sending into its glory hole and underground tunnels thousands of men in the old days, the Douglas Island Treadwell today is deserted. Rusting machinery lines the beach. The old saloons and dance halls are boarded up. The city of Douglas, once housing 7,000 inhabitants, is a hamlet of 500. Why?
Because one day, years ago, just as the whistle was blowing to change shifts in the early evening...
Now she blows, boys.
Yep, about time. I thought old Dad must have forgot us.
Hey, look here, boys. Ain't that water seeping in there?
Yeah, but that's been coming in for a long time now. I noticed it last week.
Yeah, you know, this tunnel ain't any too well braced, if you ask me.
Well, nobody asked you.
Well, just the same, I don't like the looks of it.
Come on, Joe. We'll be the last up and out of the glory hole if you don't quit talking.
Come on. Listen. What's that? Shut up, listen. It's coming from up there. And don't this tunnel run under the channel?
Yeah, it does, but what of it?
Boys, we're in for it. That timber's breaking.
Just one more tragedy added to the list by man's greed for gold. To this day, as though in silent, ominous mockery for the haste and carelessness with which that tunnel had been constructed, the tide rises and falls in the old Treadwell glory hole, a quarter of a mile inland from Gastineau Channel.
That's our warning. We must get aboard our ship. For as the Alaskans say, we're going outside. Southward along the beauteous inland passage. Down past the fishing capital of Alaska, Ketchikan. On toward our home port. Taking with us glorious memories of a happy, wholesome people. Of such spectacular, awe-inspiring beauty as to far surpass description. And we take with us the wish of every true Alaskan. The same little blue flower that Vitus Bering sent home to his empress. For now it's Alaska's official floral emblem, the forget-me-not. Forget you, Alaska? Never. We say farewell to you now with mingled regret and gratitude in our hearts. For the spell of the North can never be forgotten.
And stop, triple O.
Yes, high-potency N Stop Triple O. Stop odor of breath, odor of body, other personal odors. All three at the same time. That's important because anyone who comes in contact with the public should take high-potency N's chlorophyll tablets as protection against all odor offense. N Stop Triple O so effectively that just one or two N's tablets keep you fresh as a daisy all over all day.
N's make Triple O go, go, go.
Try this test. Rub an onion slice on your hand. Now moisten an N's tablet and rub it over the same spot.
Why, the odor's gone.
Exactly. That's how high-potency N's act inside your body to stop odors where they begin. They're made from a more potent form of chlorophyll, contain fully effective Daratol chlorophyll, and so act faster, longer, more thoroughly than any other type of chlorophyll product. High-potency N's are guaranteed to stop Triple O the very first day or money back. No deodorant, mouthwash, chlorophyll chewing gum, or toothpaste, nothing that acts only in the mouth or on the surface can possibly stop Triple O. You must take chlorophyll internally for these results. So get N's, that's E-N-N-D-S, N's, pleasant tasting and safe as any garden vegetable. Get high-potency N's, available everywhere. Trial size only 49 cents, larger sizes even more economical.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Proudly we hail.
Hello from Hollywood. This is C.P. McGregor speaking, and welcoming you to another performance of your War Department program, Proudly We Hail. Through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, we present the brilliant actress, Miss Nancy Coleman, as the star of our play, The Shadow Gives Light. Music by Eddie Scrivanik. The neighbors pointed to the Crothers house often and admirably, and they spoke of the lovely young Anne Crothers and her Aunt Julie, and of the devotion and love between them. But perhaps the neighbors didn't know of the excitement in the Crothers house on the morning of our story, an excitement displayed in every graceful movement of Anne's as she hurries upstairs with a breakfast tray for her aunt.
Aunt Julie, come in, my dear. Good morning, my sweet. There. Here's a big kiss. Now, breakfast fit for a queen.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Coffee smells so good. And what are you wearing today, my dear?
I'm wearing a beautiful blue dress with white polka dots on it.
Oh, it's so nice to hear you so cheerful. But then, my darling, aren't you always?
You're the one in this family to take all the bows for being cheerful. Oh, but Annie, this is the day we waited for so long. I just know Dr. Levering is going to bring us wonderful news.
Yes, my dear. Yes.
He told me yesterday he'd confer with Dr. Conrad this morning, and that he'd be over with a report this afternoon. And when he talked of the operation, he sounded so optimistic.
Did he? Really?
Yes. Oh, Aunt Julie, you're going to see again, I know it. Even though it has been 5 long years.
5 years? It hadn't seemed so to me.
You're so cheerful and so patient.
Well, my child, I've had you, you know. And then I've learned that darkness can hold many beautiful things. Thoughts and memories that seem much sweeter than they ever did before.
There's the phone. Back in a flash.
Has Dr. Levering arrived yet?
Not yet, Bob. I can't wait. It means so much to Aunt Julie and to me. I'm sure he'll bring us the wonderful news we've been waiting for.
Of course he will. But, darling, I don't want you to get too excited about this because...
Honey, you've got to have faith.
Well, and you also have to be practical. And
We've talked about that if very, very completely. I cannot and I will not leave Aunt Julie alone.
But, darling, I know Aunt Julie wouldn't want you to stay with her if she were to know.
Bob, please. Let's wait until Dr. Levering comes, huh?
Okay, my sweet.
I'll call you the very minute he arrives. Dr. Levering must be conferring with Dr. Conrad now. Think the right thing, my darling.
Well, Dr. Conrad, do you have good news for me?
First, Dr. Levering, let me tell you that I know how much this particular case means to you. However, the brain trauma is so severe, an operation would be inadvisable.
If there's even a good chance, Doctor.
There is not even that. Your patient, I'm afraid, Doctor, is incurably blind.
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's something that I want to know. And I'm sure it's something she would want to know, too.
Before continuing our Proudly We Hail story starring Nancy Coleman, we bring you an inspiring message from Mr. Donald B. Tressender, president of Stanford University. Mr. Tressender says,
I am pleased that the educational privileges of the GI Bill of Rights have been extended to the men who are now enlisting in the armed services. In providing this added inducement to enlist, the Congress has recognized the need to maintain a strong military force on a voluntary basis. A large response on the part of our young men will do much to demonstrate that a free people can maintain the strength necessary for full defense in terms of modern weapons of warfare. Equally important is the fact that the opportunities now offered through the GI Bill make it possible for men with necessary qualifications, regardless of their financial means, to acquire a broad and general education as well as training in a field of specialization. The bill does not restrict the kind of education a young man is to receive. It gives every man a chance to follow his special bent. In this way, the nation recognizes that through education, there is hope for maintaining peace.
And now we continue our play starring Miss Nancy Coleman. It is late afternoon at the Crothers house. Anne and Aunt Julie are talking.
Well, Dr. Levering should be here any minute. Getting anxious?
No. Is there a window open, my dear? I feel a draft.
I'll get you a wrap. Here, put this around your shoulders.
Thank you.
Why, Aunt Julie, you're trembling.
I was just thinking that they can only do so much.
Aunt Julie, please.
No, my dear. You are young and lovely and excitable, and that's good. But in any event, you must know one thing. That darkness is a very beautiful place in which to live one's memories. Actually, were I never to see again, I can think of but one regret I might have. I should regret very much not being able to see what a beautiful bride you will be when you go to the altar with Robert.
You're sweet. Aunt Julie?
Yes, my dear.
We never did kid each other, did we?
No, not that I can remember.
And you know that I'd never leave you when you need me.
You're thinking of Bob, aren't you? Have you told him that?
Bob knows how I feel.
I'm sorry we haven't spoken of this before. Perhaps we were both pinning too many hopes on Dr. Levering and Dr. Conrad. My dear, your life, yours and Bob's, belongs to you. You must promise me that you will never forget that.
Sorry, I just can't go along on that.
Bob wants you to marry him, doesn't he?
Yes.
And he wants your home to be your home, doesn't he? My dear, I want to tell you something I've never told you. 30 years ago, a certain young man, well, suppose we call him David, that was his name, asked to end our engagement, which had continued much too long, and to marry him at once while he completed his studies. Because of certain responsibilities to my family, I refused.
I would say he was very selfish.
No, he wasn't, dear. If ever there was a time when he needed me, it was when he was making his plans for the future. A future that we were to share.
But if he really loved you, he should have been willing to wait until he'd made a place for himself in the world and a home for you.
That was exactly the selfish view I took of it. I didn't realize until after he'd gone how much I really loved him. And then it was too late.
Why?
Because in his loneliness, he met another girl who was willing to brave a few uncertainties and work with him. I read in the papers a few years later where he'd lost her. I prayed for his happiness.
Then you still love him?
I've never ceased loving him. But it was not until this darkness came to me that I was able to look into my heart and read the truth.
Aunt Julie, I never realized you've known so much unhappiness.
Well, it's been no easy task to hide it all these years. A task that I don't want you to face, my dear. So if you follow the advice of one who knows, you will call Robert this very instant and tell him you'll go to the end of the earth with him, if necessary.
It'll all work out, Aunt Julie. I know it will.
Hello, Anne.
Hello, Dr. Levering. Come in.
I wish I knew a prescription that would put the same kind of roses in the cheeks of some of my patients that you have in yours, young lady.
I could tell you what it is, but I'm afraid your patients would have to find the ingredients themselves.
And how are you, Miss Belden?
Exceptionally well at the moment, Doctor.
Please, Dr. Levering, tell us. Don't keep us in suspense.
Tell you?
Yes. What is the verdict?
Oh, the verdict is this. That if your Aunt Julie will accept my advice, I will have her seeing out of brand new eyes in a very short time.
Doctor, you really mean it?
Young lady, I'm not in the habit of having my veracity questioned.
Oh, I'm so happy I could kiss you.
I think I could take it.
You darling.
See here, you've got my patient blushing. Or is it fever?
Not a dangerous one, Doctor. And, dear, don't keep Bob waiting.
Oh, Bob. Oh, that's right. I've got to make a phone call, Doctor. The most wonderful phone call in all the world.
Then it is wonderful news you bring?
Dr. Conrad says an operation is impossible.
But a moment ago you said...
I said I would have you seeing through a brand new pair of eyes in a very short time, and I meant it. From today on, will you look at life through my eyes, Julie? Will you?
Oh, yes, David. Yes.
And there's the final curtain on The Shadow Gives Light, starring Miss Nancy Coleman. And now, General Jacob L. Devers, Commanding General of the United States Army Ground Forces, has a message of vital importance for all of us. General Devers.
Since the day of her birth, America has been a peace-loving nation. Loving peace, she has paid hardly more than lip service to preparation for war. Twice within the living experience of most Americans, aggressive powers have demonstrated that peaceful intent alone will not suppress war. Today, the United Nations are met together resolved to settle the disputes of all nations, large and small, peacefully, in the interests of all. The success or failure of the United Nations depends on more than just the promise of the member nations to abide by decisions made at the Council table. To a good measure, this success or failure will be reflected in the United Nations' ability to make their decisions stick. The United States has pledged its strength to ensure that decisions once arrived at are respected and obeyed. In Europe and in the Pacific, millions of people are learning again that the horrors of war do not end with unconditional surrender, that their recovery may be certain. In keeping with democratic principles, we have committed ourselves to a long period of occupation. At the same time, we must man the far-flung garrisons essential to a watchful, vigilant nation. The role of guardian of our own shores is not lessened by our newly acquired responsibilities. These are the responsibilities of your country. They are the responsibilities which come with being the world's greatest nation. We must so fit ourselves that we will not be found wanting in the accomplishment of any one of them. Said simply, this nation must remain strong. We must assure ourselves that World War II, with its Pearl Harbors, Anzios, Normandies, and Tarawas, will be read about and not reacted by our sons and the sons to follow. To ensure that, we must have a strong army. To rebuild America's army successfully, we must have the wholehearted support of public opinion.
Families prefer it by an overwhelming average of 3-1 over all other toothpastes in a recent nationwide test. They said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter. Remember, new Pepsodent gives you more invigorating irium foam. It sweeps dulling film away. No wonder it's the 3-1 favorite with families all over America. Get new Pepsodent with irium for your family right away.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Westinghouse Broadcasting Company brings you The Sound of War, the actual sound record of World War II. 2,191 days from the time Hitler's Panzer divisions moved across the Polish borders to the ceremony of the Japanese surrender aboard the United States battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay. World War II, the most terrible period of death and destruction in the long history of man. World War II, a drama preserved for all time through the medium of radio, an era never to be forgotten. Tonight, the war begins. It is September 1st, 1939. Chancellor Adolf Hitler is broadcasting to the German nation and the world. It is 10 a.m. In London, Prime Minister Chamberlain of Great Britain is listening. In 2 days, he will be speaking to the British Empire and the world. World War II is about to get underway. A brief recapitulation of the events leading up to this moment. 11 months earlier in Munich, Chamberlain, Chancellor Adolf Hitler of Germany, Premier Benito Mussolini of Italy, and Premier Edouard Daladier of France signed the pact that sealed the death of Czechoslovakia. Chamberlain believed it to be peace in our time.
This morning, I had another talk with the German Chancellor, Herr Hitler. And here is the paper which bears his name upon it as well as mine.
For Adolf Hitler, it was as Winston Churchill had prophesied. The first sip, the first foretaste of a bitter cup that will be proffered to us year by year. 6 months after Munich, Czechoslovakia became a German protectorate. Now Adolf Hitler was looking east to Poland. Poland, a nation that within the decisive year that followed Munich would earn first the scorn, then the respect of the free world. Poland, a scavenger nation, grabbing land from helpless Czechoslovakia after Munich under the approving eye of Chancellor Hitler. Poland, next on Hitler's timetable of world domination. The mistakes of Munich had now been realized. On March 31st, 1939, Prime Minister Chamberlain spoke to Parliament. Said the Prime Minister, "I now have to inform the House that in the event of any action which clearly threatened Polish independence, in which the Polish government considered it vital to resist with their national forces, His Majesty's government would feel themselves bound at once to lend the Polish government all support in their power.
In their complete disregard of the principles laid down by the German government itself, seem to fall into a different category. And they must cause us all to be asking ourselves, is this the end of an old adventure, or is it the beginning of the new? Is this the last attack upon a small state, or is it to be followed by others?
March 31st, 1939. The day the line was drawn. For Chamberlain, it was a remembrance of the lines. In the darkest night of the year, when the stars have all gone out, courage is better than fear. Faith is truer than doubt. England would be pushed no further. Whatever the cost, they would march with Poland. Now the bargaining for alliances began. Both Great Britain and Germany looked east to Russia. Russia, massive, silent Russia. A natural ideological enemy of Nazism and fascism. Russia, for years heaping verbal abuse on Hitler in retaliation for the tirades centered upon them by Nazi leaders. But international politics creates strange bedfellows, influenced in the main by boundaries and self-aspiration.
Nicht nach Fahrzeug exportieren gewinnt. Im selben Augenblick sehe ich keine Veranlassung mehr, dass wir auch nur einmal gegeneinander Stellung nehmen sollen.
I sort see no reason, says Mr. Hitler, why Russia and Germany should have been enemies any longer.
To Germany, Russia stood as an unwanted Eastern opponent if Great Britain and France marched with Poland. It was only 20 years before that Kaiser Wilhelm II found himself locked between the Russian and Western fronts, the prelude to Germany's World War I defeat. To Great Britain and France, it was time for mending fences. Russia had been prepared to march with them 6 months before at Munich. Today their moves were in doubt. Winston Churchill speaks.
I cannot forecast to you the action of Russia. It is a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. But perhaps there is a key. That key is Russian national interest.
Straws in the wind. On April 4th, Hitler issues secret orders for Operation White, the invasion of Poland. At the same time, his speeches become conciliatory towards the Soviet Union. On August 3rd, Hitler in a major speech says he is now ready to remold German-Russian relations. On August 10th, a British and French mission arrives in Moscow. They are treated with courtesy. They receive no commitments. The month is filled with tension. There is no indication which way the Soviet Union will go. Finally, on August 23rd...
Here is a bulletin from the United Press. Germany and Russia signed a non-aggression pact today. The agreement provides that the two countries would not resort to war against one another and would not support any nation that attacked either of the two countries.
So it was done. The electioneering was over. The decision was in. Germany had won over Russia. France and Great Britain would have no Eastern ally. For the Western allies, time was now the most important factor. Unbeknownst to them, Operation White, invasion of Poland, had already been planned. From Great Britain, Thomas Masaryk, Czechoslovakian ambassador to Great Britain, bitterly spoke.
No one knows what is going to happen within the next 24 or 48 hours. I don't think that either Chamberlain or Hitler really know at this minute. But one thing is very definitely sure. If the war starts, it will be Hitler who is the guilty party. I do not wish to deny that the unbelievable policy of the Western democracies has helped Hitler to this fortunate or tragic position. History will prove that most efficiently and conclusively. But I do not think I am too optimistic when I say that these democracies have definitely learned their lesson. It is the terrible tragedy of my little country that it had to be crucified to redeem the sins of others. Please do not consider me blasphemous when I say that. We may have war even before I finish this little talk, or we may have another attempt at negotiations. If there is even a vestige of the Munich spirit left to initiate these negotiations, they are doomed to be a dismal failure. The only possible chance of success without bloodshed is for Hitler to climb down from the Trojan horse on which he has galloped from Munich to Berlin and then to Vienna, Memel, Prague, and so forth, and now towards Warsaw. From now on, he must walk, even walk backwards a bit. Let me be perfectly frank. I believe I have the right to be so. If Hitler attempts another bloodless victory for vulgar gangsterism, and the world, including the United States of America, let him get away with it, I have no illusions about the future of the European civilization. And what's more, we all deserve what is coming to us.
On August 25th, Prime Minister Chamberlain wrote to Chancellor Hitler. Said Chamberlain, the announcement of the Russian-German agreement has been taken in some quarters in Berlin as indication that intervention by Great Britain in behalf of Poland is no longer a contingency that need be reckoned with. No greater mistake could be made. Nothing can alter Great Britain's obligation to Poland. August 31st, Chancellor Hitler issued Directive Number 1 for the conduct of the war. Fall Weiss, translation Case White, further translation, the invasion of Poland. It is September 1st, 1939. At 5:45 a.m., German armies move across the Polish borders and converge upon the capital city of Warsaw from the north, south, and west. It is now 10 a.m., 4 hours and 15 minutes since the start of the attack. In Berlin, the Council of Ministers of the German Reichstag have been assembled. The reason, an emergency session. The Führer will speak. Hitler is speaking. The translation you will hear is taking place on September 1st, 1939. You will hear two interruptions of the Hitler speech when a news commentator, Bob Trout, takes the air for two important news flashes.
Wenn Polen versuchen sollte, auf dem Weg zollpolitischer Maßnahmen Danzig wirtschaftlich zu vernichten, dass dann Deutschland nicht mehr länger untätig zusehen könnte.
I told the Polish ambassador 3 weeks ago that if the situation continued as it was, if Danzig were persecuted and it were attempted by Poland to ruin Danzig economically, the situation could not be tolerated.
In Berlin, as Hitler spoke, there was an amazing reaction from the populace. The day was gray and the clouds low in the sky. Unlike a similar day in 1914, there were no joyous crowds following behind the brass bands that kept time for the iron-helmeted troopers of the Kaiser. Then the Wehrmacht marched to glory and the people followed. Now they marched alone. The people of Germany were shocked. The day had finally come. This was not Austria. This was not the Sudetenland. This was not Munich. Today the troops had finally marched. They prayed that Hitler's hand would not be called. Nevertheless, the sound of the airplane motors made them look to the skies.
We interrupt this broadcast of Adolf Hitler's speech just momentarily to report a dispatch from Paris which says that Premier Daladier of France has now called the French Council of Ministers for an emergency meeting which is to take place just 10 minutes from now at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Ich habe mich daher nun entschlossen, mit Polen in der gleichen Sprache zu reden, mit der Polen
I therefore resolve to speak to Poland in the same language in which Poland has addressed us for such a long time.
Sie wissen, dass Russland und Deutschland von zwei verschiedenen
Chancellor Hitler put Directive Number 1 for the conduct of the war into effect shortly after midday Thursday, August 31st. At about the same time, he sent a telegram to Edward, the Duke of Windsor, the former British monarch. The telegram read, "Thank you for your telegram of August 27th. You may rest assured that my attitude toward Britain and my desire to avoid another war between our peoples remain unchanged. It depends on Britain, however, whether my wishes for the future development of German-British relations can be realized."
Es war nur eine Frage, die geklärt werden musste.
Once again, we interrupt very briefly this talk by Chancellor Hitler to announce that in London, Parliament has been summoned to meet at 6 p.m. in London, which is 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time today.
Polen hat heute Nacht zum ersten Mal auf unserem eigenen Territorium auch mit bereits regulären Soldaten geschossen.
Poland, for the first time this evening, has shot at regular soldiers upon our territory.
Und von jetzt ab wird Bombe mit Bombe vergolten.
From now on, bomb will be met by bomb.
Said, "From now on, bombs will be met with bombs." It has been historically proven that the attack Hitler charged the Poles made on the German border was another unbelievable lie. The soldiers making the attack were members of the elite German SS troops in Polish uniforms. The German attack against Germans, in effect, was Hitler's justification for starting World War II. You are listening to Hermann Göring. Hermann Göring, second in command to Adolf Hitler, Commander-in-Chief of the German Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, former air ace of World War I, and last leader of the famed Richthofen Squadron. Hermann Göring, Prussian police chief, chairman of the Council of Ministers, president of the Reichstag. Hermann Göring, organizer of the Nazi concentration camps.
Mein Führer,
General Göring is addressing the Führer.
Steht in dieser geschichtlichen Stunde geschlossen und einmütig hinter dem Führer.
The German people stand behind the Führer.
Den Willen des deutschen Volkes für die Ehre und Zukunft der Nation und des Reiches. Jedes, aber auch jedes Opfer zu bringen.
We are determined to bring every sacrifice for the honor of the German people.
Dem Führer blinde Treue und Gehorsam. In jeder Not und in jeder Gefahr. Die einzelnen Mitglieder
every danger we shall stand to the Führer.
werden auf allen Plätzen, auf die sie gestellt sind, oder als Soldaten ihre Pflicht bis zum Äußersten erfüllen.
We expect of you to do your duties to the utmost as soldiers and as civilians.
Überzeugung vom endgültigen Sieg.
Sieg Heil to the Führer. The Reichstag is present singing the German national anthem. Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. This will be followed by the Horst Wessel song.
Move quickly. Premier Mussolini of Italy, as he did the year before at Munich, called for a conference in the name of peace. France grabbed at the straw. Great Britain was ready to march. They attached to the conditions of a conference a proposal they knew Germany could not fulfill. The British will parley if Germany returns its troops to their own borders. States, Americans, through the medium of radio, had for the first time kept abreast minute by minute of the momentous events taking place. Now it finally had come. That evening, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt spoke to the American people.
My countrymen and my friends, tonight my single duty is to speak to the whole of America. This nation will remain a neutral nation, but I cannot ask that every American remain neutral in thought as well. Even a neutral has a right to take account of facts. Even a neutral cannot be asked to close his mind or close his conscience.
After the president's speech, the bulletins of the great drama crackled over the ocean on a minute-by-minute basis. Americans were just beginning their long Labor Day weekend. In between the announcements cautioning motorists against the highway dangers came the ominous reports from overseas. Saturday came, and once again the behind-the-scenes maneuvering. But there was no turning back. On the evening of September 2nd, Prime Minister Chamberlain spoke to a hostile House of Commons. No reply had been received from Hitler to their ultimatum of a day before, that German troops must be withdrawn from Poland. France wanted a further delay, 48 hours before they would march. The House of Commons would have none of that. The ancient thrilling cry of "Speak for England" resounded through the chamber that heard the likes of Pitt, Disraeli, and Lloyd George. The evening of September 2nd wore on. German troops were now well into Polish territory. Soldiers and civilians were victims of the Nazi onslaught. The British and French cabinets continued to meet. Lines were still open between London, Paris, and Berlin. Meanwhile, the war was on. There was misery and death raining upon the Poles and the Polish nation. The Polish ambassador.
We were willing to negotiate. We were willing to make concessions for the sake of peace. But what no nation can do to prevent war, what no free government can do, is to deliver its people into slavery for the sake of temporary peace. We shall fight this war for Poland, for the sanctity of our home, for the right to maintain our faith and our traditions. But we shall also fight to remove from Europe the specter of force and intimidation, to
to assure to the free nations of the world the right to enjoy freedom and independence, the right to pursue the happiness in such a way as they themselves think fit.
It is ironical that the epitaph of the appeasement policy over Austria, over the Sudetenland, and over Czechoslovakia should have been written more than a decade before. Then it was written, every nation that once submits to a foreign demand has lost part of its power to resist. Each time it makes a concession, it is less able and less willing to resist the next demand. That is why the shrewd victor will always ask what he wants by degrees. Once a nation has begun to give rather than fight, it will keep on giving, provided only that the victor nation does not ask for too much. The name of the book, My Struggle. The author, Adolf Hitler. World War II had begun. And now it was time. It must be written that after all the mistakes of peaceful policy against the aggressor have been analyzed for better or for worse, that after all the misused opportunity to stop the tyrant have been dissected, it was to the everlasting glory of man that in the hour of peril he responded to the ancestral cry, duty to God, duty to country. Westinghouse Broadcasting Company has brought you The War Begins, the actual voices and sounds of the most dramatic and tragic era of the 20th century. This program was written, produced, and directed by Bud Greenspan. My name is David Perry.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently. Overnight.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
This is John Daly in Paris. I'm standing outside the sentry booth in the square in front of the Bastille on this sweltering hot day of July 14, 1789. More than 50,000 citizens have been kept waiting here since 10 a.m. Paris time, 5 a.m. New York time, by the Marquis de Launay, governor of the Royal French Prison Fortress. The crowd is demanding that the governor surrender the Bastille so that the people may have the arms inside to defend themselves against the king's mercenary troops who are at this very moment surrounding the city. If Delaunay refuses to turn the fortress and its arms over to the citizens of
Paris, July 14, 1789. CBS is there.
The citizens of Paris before the Bastille. Columbia asks you to imagine that our microphone is at this famous event. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the second in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Paris, July 14, 1789, and John Daly.
Off the minute, the people of Paris are angry and restless. After years of indignities, hardships, and a struggle for a voice in their own government, King Louis XVI called a National Assembly at Versailles to write a new constitution. The hopes of the people for recognition of their rights were raised high, only to be rudely shattered a few days ago when the king suddenly, without warning, threw 30,000 troops around Paris, mostly foreign mercenaries, and threatened to suspend the National Assembly by force. The people are boiling with anger at this betrayal of their hopes, and they're also desperately afraid that the king's troops may invade the city, or at the very least attempt to force them into submission by starvation. In a frantic hurry to gather arms with which to defend themselves, they have assembled here before the Bastille, the only remaining royal garrison in the city. 4 times they have sent delegations inside to demand its peaceful surrender of the governor. 3 times they have returned not only empty-handed, but also with a warning to disperse. Now, the 4th and what may be the final delegation has been inside the Bastille for over an hour. If the governor still refuses, there's no telling what may happen. The people don't want bloodshed, but they're grimly determined to have arms and the Bastille, which to them is a symbol of tyranny. And they're carrying every conceivable kind of weapon right now that they've been able to lay their hands on. I can see pikes and sticks and hatchets. Others are carrying axes and old swords, and a few even have muskets, which they seized this morning from the Hotel des Invalides. There are also several cannons, but whether they can take the Bastille is another matter. I've asked a young Parisian lawyer to tell you what he thinks about that. His name is Jacques Danton. He's standing by the sentry booth with me at the foot of the outer drawbridge. The booth, by the way, is empty. The guard was taken away by the people earlier, enabling us to set up our CBS equipment here. Monsieur Danton, the Bastille is surrounded by 2 moats. It has a 10-foot stone wall, a garrison of Swiss mercenaries and old French soldiers, and it literally bristles with cannon in the towers. Now, if the governor refuses to surrender, it would seem almost impossible for the people to take it.
The walls of the Bastille, monsieur, are no stronger than were the walls of Jericho.
Now, that red and blue cockade you're wearing, Monsieur Danton, I see that almost everybody here is wearing one. Does it have any special significance?
It is the colors of Paris, but we call it the cockade of liberty.
Now, tell me, sir, haven't I seen you at the Palais Royal with Messieurs Desmoulins, Robespierre, and Marat?
That is possible, monsieur. We are friends.
Well, aren't you more than that? Aren't you all leaders of the radical group here in Paris?
Some people say so.
Right. Well, where are your friends today? Are they with you? Are they down here?
Yes, they are out in the crowd somewhere.
And that crowd, sir, seems restive. It seems to have a bad temper.
Temper? We are sick of financial ruin caused by war, corruption, and extravagance, falling on those least able to bear it. We are no longer willing to carry the load our fathers endured. We look to political changes that will make all men free and equal, brothers of one great human family.
Well, some of your countrymen, Monsieur Danton, have told me that our own American Revolution has had some influence on the spirit of the French people during the past 6 months.
Monsieur Daly, we admire your young country very much. It has given the people of Paris hope for better things. Not beyond the grave, but here on earth, now, today.
Thank you, sir. Monsieur Danton is walking away now, losing himself in the crowd. A huge, brawny figure of a man, black-browed, with a powerful face, and a heavy shock of black hair, which he keeps brushing away from his eyes. There's still no sign of the delegation's return from the Bastille. We thought they were ready to come out when we went on the air, but there seems to be more delay. We're still waiting here at the sentry booth, and we hope you'll stay with us. My colleague, Ken Roberts, is out there in the crowd somewhere with a portable transmitter. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to him. Go ahead, Ken. Come in, Ken Roberts. This is Ken Roberts. I'm standing approximately dead center of the Place de la Bastille, right in the very heart of this massive mob of people. It's hot here. The heat here is terrific. The temperature must be at least 110. Regardless of what happens here this afternoon, July 14th will probably be remembered by the people of Paris as the hottest day of the year. The crowd here around me stretches way back up the Rue Saint-Antoine as far as the eye can see, into the very heart of Paris. There are all kinds of people here, shopkeepers, middle-class citizens, and many of the city's 200,000 beggars. There are even some women and children. Most of them are poorly dressed and undernourished, reflecting the conditions under which they've been living for so long in these narrow, crooked, and dirty streets of Paris. They're standing and moving about in small groups. Some are hanging out of the windows bordering the square. I've been looking around here trying to find some people who can speak English, but I haven't had much luck except for one man. We'll get to him in just a moment. But first here's a typical young Parisian housewife, and I'm going to...
Madame Dupré, monsieur.
Oui, madame, s'il vous plaît. She is slender, dark complexion, hair disheveled, wearing a faded gingham dress. I'm going to ask her what she intends to do with that axe in her hand.
Oh, demandez tout.
Madame Dupré, qu'allez-vous faire avec cette hache?
Détruire la Bastille, monsieur. Tout le monde a la de la Bastille. Nous en avons assez. À bas la famine.
Smash the Bastille, she says. Everybody's smashing the Bastille. We're tired of starving. We've had enough.
Mettre le feu aux quatre coins du château de Versailles.
Madame Dupré wants to wipe out the aristocrats, to burn down the palace at Versailles. And she looks as if she means it, gripping that axe in one hand and her little boy in the other. Here's a little boy now. Comment t'appelles-tu, petit? Philippe. And quel âge as-tu, Philippe?
J'ai 8 ans, monsieur.
Philippe says he's 8 years old. Philippe, qu'est-ce que tu fais ici aujourd'hui?
Je vais prendre la Bastille. Vive la liberté!
Philippe says he's going to take the Bastille. And now for the man I told you about before, the one who speaks English. His name is Monsieur Latude. Monsieur Latude, it's rather unusual for anyone in Paris today to speak English. Have you lived in England? Is that where you learned it?
No, monsieur. I learned English in the Bastille.
In the Bastille?
Oui, I was a prisoner there for 35 years.
35 years in prison?
You are astonished, monsieur.
Well, yes, you didn't tell me, Monsieur Latude. I had no idea. May I ask, how did it happen? Why were you in there?
I was charged with insulting Madame de Pompadour. She was the favorite of King Louis XV.
Well, did you insult her?
No, it was not true, but... what can one do against the king's lettre de cachet?
Lettre de cachet? Isn't that the paper the king signs committing a person to the Bastille without trial, evidence, or judge?
Oui, monsieur, that is a lettre de cachet. The king signs it in blank, and he leaves the name of the victim to be filled in.
And then he gives these blanks to his friends to use as they see fit. Is that it?
That is it, monsieur. Now put yourself in that place. If anyone tries to make love to your wife or annoys you by loud talk at a dinner party, all you have to do is just write in the offensive person's name, hand it to the authorities, and voila, that is the last you hear of him.
Well, is that all you did, Monsieur Latude? Is that why you spent 35 years in the Bastille? For nothing?
For nothing, monsieur.
Well, Monsieur Latude, what is it like inside the Bastille? How do they treat you in there?
That is a long story, monsieur. But I will tell you one thing. Once they put me into a dungeon. The cell was covered with a foot of water. I was chained to the wall, and they kept me there for 40 months. Oui, the Bastille is a foreign bishop. It should be destroyed. A ball, la Bastille!
I understand how you feel, Monsieur Latude. Now tell me, please, who was it who taught you English in the Bastille?
It was another prisoner, Major the White from Ireland. He is still in there. You see, I escaped.
You escaped? Well, tell us about it, Monsieur Latude. I never heard of anybody escaping from the Bastille.
Well, monsieur,
just a moment. Excuse me, please, Monsieur Latude. I can see a signal from the battlement. A man is up there waving to the crowd. Something is evidently going on. Perhaps the delegation is coming down. I'm too far away, so I'm going to switch you back to John Daly at the outer drawbridge. This is John Daly. The signal from the tower is coming from Monsieur Rosier, the leader of the people's delegation. He's waving his hat. He's holding up his hand for attention. The crowd is quieting down a bit now. Apparently, he's about to say something. I'd like you to hear it if it's possible, so I'm going to lift our CBS microphone high in the air.
Adios, mes amis. Adios. Nous sortirons tout de suite. Tout de suite.
He says the delegation will be out immediately. This is it. The delegation will be out immediately. The crowd is very like the governor has finally come to terms. The people will have the Bastille and the arms to defend themselves against surrounding Paris. Monsieur Rosier has disappeared from the tower. The people's delegation is on the way down now, and I'll have the details of this surrender for you in just a few minutes. A feeling of enormous relief seems to have swept the square. I don't think anyone here really in his heart thought he could take this fortress by storm. And if you were here with me, you could see what I mean. The 8 circular towers of the Bastille, each 70 feet high, bristle with cannon. The entrance is defended by 2 yawning moats, 25 feet wide and 25 feet deep. And even if the people could drag down the drawbridges and hurdle these moats, they would run into the murderous fire of the guns manned by the French and the Swiss garrison. But there's no chance of anything like that happening now. This powerful fortress, which has played host to nearly every famous man in France at one time or another, played host to the man of the Iron Mask, to Marshal Richelieu, to Cardinal de Rohan, to Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu, is about to fall into the hands of the French people for the first time since it was built in the 13th century. By the way, you can probably hear the chains rattling as the inner drawbridge comes down. And remember, even Peter the Great, the Tsar of all the Russias, was refused entrance into this tower of human misery and inhuman woe. No one knows how many prisoners are in there now, but if you'll stay with us for a while, we'll soon find out. For their day of liberation is here. The inner drawbridge is down now. There are the delegates. They are coming over the bridge. 5 men in black hats and long black frock coats, with Monsieur Rosier in the lead. They're walking across the inner court, and the outer drawbridge is coming down. But the first one is being taken up again. I don't quite get the meaning of that, for if the Bastille is to be surrendered, both drawbridges should be down. But we'll find out about that in just a moment. Now the outer drawbridge is down, and the delegates are walking rapidly across the bridge. They seem to be in a great hurry, and this crowd is pushing me around here. They're pushing me forward onto the drawbridge. Monsieur Rosier, into the microphone, please.
En arrière! Le gouverneur ne s'est pas encore rendu! En arrière!
Something has happened. Something is wrong. Rosier has just shouted that the governor has not surrendered the Bastille. I'll repeat that. The governor has not surrendered the Bastille. Monsieur Rosier is right on the edge of the bridge with me. Now some of the people understand. They're pushing back towards the Place de la Bastille. But the ones behind them who haven't heard are still pushing forward. Attention, cab, s'il vous plaît, attention! There's a lot of confusion here, and I'm caught in the mob. En arrière! La Bastille n'est pas encore en dos. Oh, it's no use. I just can't hold them. They pushed Rosier and the delegates aside, and we're being forced across the bridge with the mob into the courtyard. S'il vous plaît, laissez-moi sortir. En arrière! Attention, cab! I'm in the courtyard now, rather, and I hope the microphone cable is swung out over the drawbridge into the moat. I don't know whether I'm still on the air, but assuming that I am, the people are still coming over. There are about 200 with me, and they're screaming and yelling. The guards are raising the outer drawbridge. People are spilling off into the moat or jumping forward into the inner court. Both the drawbridges are up, and we're jammed into the island courtyard between the two moats. Now, this is what has happened. This crowd of about 200 men and women who pushed across the outer drawbridge have been cut off here from the main mob across the moat in the Place de la Bastille. There is water on both sides of us. We're cut off. Gee, Huckleback! The governor has turned the guns of the Bastille on the people here in the court. They're helpless. So am I. If these bridge members don't stop those bullets. He's shooting them down like cattle. Men, women, falling, screaming. This is horrible. The mob in the square outside can't do a thing. They can't get to us. They've opened fire on the Bastille, though, but their fire is useless. The bullets are smacking into these bridge timbers like so much hail. We're trapped here between the two drawbridges, but at least a couple of our men are up hacking away at the chains of the outer bridge. The people are being massacred, cut down. They're all on the ground, turning and twisting in agony. They're killing them, all of them, every one of them. There's hardly a person standing up. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. It's ruthless, inhuman. Our only hope now is to get the outer drawbridge down and get some help from outside. 2 of our men have gotten up on that drawbridge, as I told you, and they're hacking away at those chains. You can hear it probably. They cut it through. There it goes. The outer drawbridge is down. The outer bridge is down. And the mob from the square is coming across to help us. They're pouring in by the hundreds, by the thousands. The Bastille is stormed. The people are storming the Bastille. The people are firing up at the parapets, trying to pick off those Swiss guards. The bullets are flying all around us. Oh, that was close. The Frenchmen are shooting at the Bastille from across the square and up on the rooftops. The garrison, the guards, are answering with volley after volley of fire from the fortress. I can see some wagons now loaded with hay, and the people are bringing them up here. They're going to set fire to the governor's house here on the island between the two drawbridges, and they're doing it. There are 3 cannon. 3 cannon are being wheeled into place. The people must have taken them this morning from the Hotel des Avilades. They're training them on that inner drawbridge. They're going to blast it down. The governor's house is starting to burn. Smoke is curling up from it, and now our cannons are in position. They ought to go off at any minute. No, something's changed. The firing inside the Bastille seems to be slackening off a bit, but the people out here are still firing. They're mad with rage at the sight of the bodies of their own people who were shot down by the governor. Now the firing from inside seems to have stopped. The governor's house is burning, though, a flaming inferno. Smoke is shooting up in great billows. Oh, someone in the parapets is waving a white flag. He's shouting something. I can't hear what he's saying. There's too much racket. But the inner drawbridge is coming down. The bridge is down. The Bastille is really surrendering this time. The gates are being opened. The people have stopped firing, and they're going wild. They're streaming over the bridge into the fortress. I can't follow them, but Ken Roberts is coming up with his portable transmitter. Go inside. Inside, Ken. Stay with the mob. I'll switch to you when you get well inside. Well, now the unbelievable has happened. The people have done the impossible. They have captured the Bastille. I still can't understand why the governor fired in the first place. It was either accidental, that is, a misunderstanding of orders, or it may have been deliberate treachery. I also can't understand the suddenness of this surrender. It was completely unexpected, and there must have been some strong reason for the governor to surrender so quickly after his massacre of these people out here. Perhaps there was a mutiny inside by French troops, or else maybe the governor could have been shot. Or perhaps it was the threat of the 3 cannon out here which persuaded him to give up in the hope of generous terms. Well, at any rate, the Bastille has surrendered, and Ken Roberts should be well inside by now and ready to tell you what's going on in there. Go ahead, Roberts.
This is Ken Roberts. I'm inside the Bastille in a huge inner courtroom, quite high, I'd say about 20 feet, and 40 by 40 in length and width. There are no lights, no windows, a stone floor and walls. Pine torches stuck into the walls cast an eerie light over the wild confusion going on in here. The people are still pouring in. Some have seized the keys and already gone down into the dungeons to release the prisoners. The mob in here is shouting threats at the terrified garrison. The soldiers are lined up on 2 sides. Old French soldiers on the right, Swiss mercenaries on the left. They're all trembling with fear. They're shouting at the top of their lungs, "Le Bastille se rend! Le Bastille se rend!" The Bastille surrenders. The governor is in the middle of the room, surrounded by the mob. He's wearing a gray frock coat, a red cross of Saint Louis, no hat. Somebody's just snatched his gold-headed sword cane from him, but the governor is taking it all. He's standing there, grim and defiant. He's got a lot to pay for the brutal massacre of those people out there in the courtyard. Now I've worked my way up to one of the old French pensioners, and I'm going to ask him why the Bastille surrendered. Monsieur, pourquoi la Bastille s'est-elle rendue?
Nous l'avons forcé. Nous n'avons pas tiré sur nos frères. C'était les mercenaires suisses qui ont tiré.
He says it was the Swiss guards who fired. The French soldiers refused to fire on their own people. They forced the governor to surrender.
Le gouverneur voulait décharger son pistolet dans le tonneau de poudre. Il voulait faire sauter la Bastille. Nous l'avons empêché.
He says the governor wanted to blow up the Bastille, but they stopped him. And now the mob has seized the governor and the soldiers. They're dragging them out of the Bastille. Monsieur Rosière, est-ce que vous les emmenez?
L'hôtel de ville, pour répondre de ses crimes devant le tribunal du peuple.
They're going to take the governor and his soldiers to the Hotel de Ville to be tried before a people's court. Just a moment, there's a prisoner. The first one, he must be a prisoner. He's old, very old. His hair is down to his feet, and it's white, completely white. I can see where the chains have been cut from his ankles. He's dragging a chain with him. He's blinking. He's holding his hand above his eyes. I guess he's not used to the torchlight. I'm going to speak to him. Votre nom, monsieur. Votre nom.
Monsieur est parvenu.
Quel âge avez-vous, monsieur?
J'ai 90 ans.
He is 90. How long in prison, monsieur? Combien de temps avez-vous passé à la Bastille?
30 ans. 30 ans.
30 years in prison. Je vous félicite, monsieur, de votre libération de la Bastille.
Merci, monsieur. Qu'est-ce que Louis XV et Madame de Pompadour diront de tout ça?
I congratulated Monsieur Tavernier on his release, and he says he wonders what King Louis XV and Madame Pompadour will say. Both have been dead for at least 15 years. Now I'm going to ask him how many prisoners there are on the Bastille today beside himself. Monsieur, combien de prisonniers y a-t-il?
Jean, Bouchard, Bernard, Desroches, Antoine Pujada, de Wright, le comte de Solange, la Corrèze.
Oui. Combien d'autres?
C'est tout.
This is incredible. Monsieur Tavernier named 6 men. Counting himself, that makes only 7 prisoners in the Bastille at the time of its fall.
This is John Daly again at the sentry booth by the outer drawbridge. I've taken the air away from Ken Roberts because I've just been informed by our CBS studios here in Paris that the news of the Bastille's fall has already reached the king and his troops in Versailles, and we'll switch out there in just a moment. First, a last look at this turbulent scene. Part of the mob is dragging the governor and his garrison up the Rue Saint-Antoine to the city hall, the Hotel de Ville. The people here are rolling barrels of gunpowder and cannon across the bridges. They're passing out guns, thousands of them taken from the Bastille arsenal. They're working feverishly against time because they're desperately afraid of the king's reaction. But now, for an on-the-spot account of that reaction, I switch you to Versailles, Harry Marble reporting.
This is Harry Marble in Versailles. King Louis XVI has just ordered his troops withdrawn from around Paris. The order was issued just a few minutes ago, after His Majesty was informed of the surrender of the Bastille. The king was in the palace when the Duc de Liancourt, a member of the royal household, brought him the news. When de Liancourt told the king that the Bastille had been stormed, His Majesty inquired, "Is this a revolt?" And the Duke replied, "No, sire, it is a revolution." The king then, without his usual bodyguard, without even his hat, but accompanied by his two brothers, ran out of the palace to the National Assembly on the edge of the palace grounds. There he made an unprecedented appeal to the National Assembly. He placed himself in the hands of the people's representatives, men he had only yesterday threatened to destroy. He urged them to help him ensure what he termed the salvation of the state. The king said, "I await this from the National Assembly, from the zeal of the representatives of my people." The king also announced that he would go to Paris tomorrow and personally conciliate the people. He has also appointed the Marquis de Lafayette, head of the new National Guard, and the Marquis will escort him into Paris tomorrow. Lafayette, who helped us, the American people, win our independence a short time ago, has been playing a major role during the last 8 years in France, helping his own people win a voice in their government. Today, he is Vice President of the National Assembly. It's a particularly happy day for him. He's standing right here beside me. Monsieur de Lafayette, what does this mean today for the people of France?
It means, monsieur, that the spirit of the rights of man, which was born in France and nurtured by your country, has now returned to Europe. The King's decision to permit the National Assembly to continue with our work of writing a new constitution is the first concession he has ever made to the people. Whatever happens from now on, France, like America, has set its course on the road to democracy. There can be no turning back.
Thank you, Marquis de Lafayette. And now, for the people's reaction to the King's announcement, we return you to Paris and John Daly.
This is John Daly. I'm standing in the Place de Grave, the city square in front of the Hotel de Ville, the city hall. The unexpected news from Versailles has turned Paris into a frenzy of celebration. The people are dancing and parading in the streets, no longer in fear of their lives. They're shouting, "Long live liberty, long live France." The governor of the Bastille has been executed for the massacre of the 171 men and women murdered by his guns this afternoon. Several of the soldiers have also been executed, and one was thrown into the Seine. The heads of the governor and his soldiers have been placed on pikes and are now being carried around the city. This strikes a rather ghoulish note in the celebration here, perhaps, but if you knew the suffering of these people and what they have endured for the last 50 years at the hands of such despots as the Marquis de Launay, you perhaps would understand, if not condone, their actions. Tyranny always breeds violence, and to the people of Paris, the Bastille, with its drawbridges and dungeons, was a symbol of rotting tyranny. The excesses committed will perhaps soon pass, but the ideals behind them are certain to live on and to grow in the hearts of the French people here today and in the hearts of their children. Oh, here come the paraders once again, and they're singing. I recognize the tune. It's Ça Ira, an old French dance to which revolutionary words have been set. They're singing about hanging all aristocrats from lanterns. The streets of Paris, you know, are lighted by lanterns swung on ropes stretched across the roadways. But let's listen to the singers. Women in the crowd is waving a large key, a very large key. One moment while I ask you what it is. Mademoiselle! Qu'est-ce que?
La clé de la Bastille!
Oh, she said it's the key of the Bastille.
Demain, je la donnerai au Marquis de Lafayette.
And she says she's going to give the key to Lafayette tomorrow when he arrives in Paris.
Oui, au Marquis de Lafayette. Il la donnera au général.
À quel général?
Washington!
To Washington, our General Washington and Lafayette's former commander. He's going to give the key of the Bastille to Lafayette so that Lafayette may present it to our own first President of the United States, His Mightiness George Washington. The crowd is still singing. I hope you can hear them. They're singing that song with the country of the sky, hard to describe, on this 14th day of July, 1789. The day that will undoubtedly go down in history as
Paris, July 14th, 1789. The Bastille is stormed and the French Revolution begins.
Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties.
It's good to know that champions are made, not born. Gives us all a chance. For instance, let's go back to 1943 and listen to the story of champion Mickey Mantle of the New York Yankees. Mickey worked hard to learn the game. As he got on his way to fame, he practiced batting, learned to throw. And Mickey knew what champions know. Wheaties for breakfast, away you go. No wonder Mickey's got all that steam. Mantle and Wheaties, they're still a team. Why, Mickey Mantle grew up on Wheaties, been eating them since he was 12. So good for a guy. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Come on, Mickey, belt that ball.
He's on his way, on his way. He's on his way, on his way. Get on your way with Wheaties. Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.